Sorry, I overslept and triggered MOASS. I've still got it. Give me a second. All right, that's up. Good morning, everybody. Way to go, Gorg. I think they're trying to squeeze out the short calls at 4,600. And then also, GDP advanced report came in high today, which doesn't really mean much, but it's bull fuel. And durables almost tripled over the previous like 2.5x and beat analyst estimates by 4.1%. And jobless claims are down. Retail inventory X autos are growing. Durable goods X defense 6.2. Real consumer spending's way the fuck down though. Huh. Continuing jobless claims down. GDP sales up. Jobless claims 4-week average. Yeah, down a little bit, but not much, not too much below forecast. Down like 4K from last month. Or over the, well, I guess over the last 4 weeks. We had a bill auction today. I think at 10 o'clock we have pending home sales. So more inflation fuel? Yeah, I mean, durables moving up that hard is kind of a sign that the asset bubble's reinflated, right? If people are out buying durables, they're blowing money. Or consumer demand is starting to pick up, or both. I'm glad I'm long oil. Dixie breaking weekly highs, significant? Could be. I mean, we just did a rate increase, so we should probably expect Dixie to move back up to like 102, 103. Best question now is, will we fill that juicy gap? Yeah, let me find out. There wasn't any call support up here yesterday, so we'll have to see what came in and at what levels. I don't have that yet, do I? Oh, I do. All right, it looks like 610 right now is about the peak of the call interest. On the zero DTE side, puts are building at the money. Volume on 620 is picking up. Those may be sold 620, 625. Let me see what the spread on that is. 620, 630. Calls. $1.40. 4,100 volume so far. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay. There's definitely some interest there. Yeah, 11,000 volume at 46.20. Hmm. Profit taking on 47.5, 47.75. Yeah, GME's like little bump here doesn't look like it's going to be sustained. Siri has very little liquidity this morning. Tesla failed 42.70 again, it looks like. Microsoft recovering a little bit. Google pushing up to like 132. Netflix still kind of looks like a bag of shit. Apple's up a bit. Amazon testing resistance at 131. Meta held its gains and picked up an extra, what, few percent in the pre-market. That looks like it's lost about 2% since open. I'm kind of curious what happens there. Investors aren't going to be happy about how much money fucking Zuck is spending on the metaverse. The video moved this morning. Baba down. Ooh. Airbnb 52. Okay, that's not so bad. Okay. Discord audio muted? Oh shit. Sorry. Why is the market ripping on news? Well, JPOW just told us to pay attention to news yesterday. And data. At least one of those 620s is bought. Yeah, more than one. Did JPOW sound like a pause may happen the next rate hike meeting, or is this just dependent on data? It's data dependent, or at least, yeah, that's how he phrased it. He said that they would continue to be looking at data. Oil futures are almost at 80. Morning Girk picked up some August 18th Siri calls. You think all of the potential of this play will be wrapped up by then? It could be. I mean, I got September just in case. I think a lot of the potential's bled off, but they just announced a dividend last night, or this morning, I guess, which is interesting. Why is Zuck spending money on the metaverse? Can't he just have AI write it? I don't know. It's his billionaire passion project. I hope JPOW feels like a piece of shit for letting this happen. I mean, the only thing he could have done to stop this from happening is like more quantitative tightening, right? Like he'd actually have to instill fear of bank failure in the market. And if he did that, banks would just fail. So again, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and really all he can do is raise rates. And I think he's just like, it almost seems like he thinks that if he keeps raising rates, something bad will happen and it'll all like kind of work out. Are we just gonna keep up until the heat death of the universe? Is our only hope entropy? Okay, thanks. That's super fucking blown out too. Did you talk about Express breaking out and a PT? Ooh. Oh, very nice. I don't really have a PT for it. Back to $4 would be okay with me. I wouldn't mind that. It's got a ways to go. If you're trading it, I mean, I don't know. Do whatever you want. I mean, I'd probably take profits if it went up to like, I don't know, 2, maybe 250. Just because it'd be stupid not to. Although I do think it's probably worth more than that. If they'd actually make money and outline a plan for management, the company should be trading at like at least like $5 or $6 a share. They're not going bankrupt, which is what they're currently priced for. Is there a chance that we actually regarded and JPEG as a genius that fixed the economy? I'm doubting my bearishness, but I don't want to buy anything at these prices. Neither does anybody else. Don't feel bad. Can we get VIX RQ on screen? Yeah. Todd get promoted today? Absolutely. What do you think Fubo can hit if the next earnings are beating expectations? I don't know. Maybe like back to 3. I mean, earnings aren't going to drive probably as much value into Fubo as the like volatility cycles, right? So like the liquidity realization that we just got on the big market pump is probably do more for price improvement than earnings will, unless they're really fucking good. Are you still holding all those long-term SPX puts? Yeah. I also have calls. Discord isn't working. I think it reset your mic settings. It's definitely working. Just close it and reopen it. Are they pumping the market to increase their margins so they don't have to cover Siri? No. What time is the 0 DTE pump usually for which? On SPX? Usually in the later part of the day when they can get a lot of leverage very cheap. Should we be watching the price of the market as a ratio of total currency and circulation? You could be watching M2 velocity. Thoughts on BTU and the EPS miss? How much did they miss by? I mean, I'm not really concerned with it, but they missed by 50 cents a share, but revenues only contracted by 19.8. It doesn't seem so bad. Might get another chance to buy it cheap. I doubt it's going to lead to a ton of selling. It looks like it's already kind of recovering a bit. How are cash flows? Do I have that data yet? I do not. I'll have to look later. Do I need one more day for a confirmation of breakout to the upside on Riven? Not something I'm actively watching, but I'll take a look for you. 27. 23. It was a pretty hard rejection this morning. Are, are you sure it's not at like Gamma Max? That's rough. It's not, but it's very close. Gamma Max is at 29.50. So it came within $1 of Gamma Max. What's up, Mike? BTU has such a low PE. It's because of the industry. They still have $1 billion share buyback that they haven't. I wonder how much of that actually they committed to over the last quarter. This was a good time to buy back shares. Is there any news? Ooh. Sales volume was 28.9 million tons. Looks like their net was just short of 200 million for the quarter. Declared their quarterly dividend of 7 cents a share. $1.27 billion in revenue. EPS. Continued operations EPS is 1.16, 1.15. Yeah, okay, so cash flow is 180. $33.7 million provision for losses at NARM. Okay, so it would have been like 2. It's still down, but it would have been 2, but they had 33.7 million in losses. I think from that fire at Shoal Creek. Adjusted a bit to 358.2 in the second quarter. So they repurchased 262 million. That seems like it more than makes up for the shortfall. Metallurgical volumes increased by 18%. Ended the quarter with $1 billion in cash. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of the fire catching up with them hurt their cash flow a bit. If you guys remember the fire that happened at Shoal Creek in the first quarter of the year. So the damages from that are being reported. We're also seeing the reduction in production capacity from that fire. And the slowdown of China's reopening has had a pretty significant effect across the whole sector. Although as China is pushing more QE and reopening just at a much slower pace, that demand should pick back up. They're still very heavily reliant on coal for their energy needs. STX fill some of the gap before 4620. It looks like it will fail, but maybe VIX 13 is the new number they got to keep it under. Also, please give me a heads up before an unforeseen world event causes SPX to crash. Cordially, Lawrence of Arabia. I don't know if this is going to fail yet, but it does look like the majority of out of the money interest is being sold right now. Some of it's being bought, but a lot's being sold, especially like 615, 620 volume. Like the spreads are getting blown out really hard at those prices. I'm kind of waiting for this to update. Give me a second. So yeah, even 610 starting to look kind of sold. Gamma kind of tops out at 4,600, and in the money calls are starting to take some profits. So yeah, this may fail here. It may be a little bit a little bit longer, but I think it can fail. Yeah, wait, be patient. I mean, you could get exposure both directions, although it does look like the upside is a little more range limited. And then we'll just see how much profit taking occurs in the money. Futures are at futures look like they're starting to fail their test a little more obviously, right? Did you take a look at T's cash flows? They're okay. What about them? I mean, they just keep reiterating that they want to pay off debt, but I mean, they doubled their cash flow this quarter. Like I've said, if they cut their fucking dividend, they could probably right the company in like a year. But they just keep paying out that ridiculous fucking dividend. And this consolidation or repositioning on the SPX, it's both. Okay, I think I have to pick something up here. Vertical. Let's. Do I have a day trade? I do. Yeah, that doesn't look particularly bullish right now. That, however, kind of does. Pull back. Interesting. Okay. Could we really fill this gap? I don't know if we'll fill the whole thing, but maybe down to like 45.80. That'll depend on how much put interest chases it. There's some because it's such a huge fucking gap, but do they actually want to right the company or just drain the coffers and pay it out in bonuses before parachuting away? I mean, the old management, yeah, but the new CEO, I think, wants to get shit back on track. I mean, they just signed like a massive like broadband expansion deal with BlackRock. So yeah, I think they want to build out more infrastructure and increase revenues and cash flows. So, um, but yeah, I would have said that was true of the old management. I don't think the new CEO is of that mindset. So VIX calls overpriced. I'm thinking about snatching up some $11 and $12 in the money calls. Probably. I mean, $1.80 in the money is 0.97 delta. Fucking at the money, yeah, they're super overpriced. At the money 13s are 82 delta. Technically, out of the money, the 13s are 82 delta. Are they shorting SCX to get cheaper 1 DTE calls up to 6,000? Possibly. Or people are just taking profits, and they haven't squeezed out the short calls yet. If they fail to squeeze out the short calls here, this will probably go back down, right? Because people are just going to keep selling more. No, the tail risk index hasn't improved at all. It stabilized a little bit over the last few days as people started to get afraid of the FOMC meeting, but it's definitely back up today. Are you still in Airbnb? Yeah, it surpassed risk with the market pump. I'm aware. I still don't see any like long side interest coming in there to support it. It does have index exposure. But yeah, I mean, like call interest picked up a little bit yesterday, but it was very minimal. And then Charm's been rising, so a lot of those calls expire Friday. Um, I still don't think it looks very good. Delta neutral stabilized a little bit. I mean, you could wait, you could cut it and wait. I haven't bought a lot yet, so I was kind of just gonna wait till like tomorrow, see where the interest was, and then maybe average down. I have a little bit of theta on most of the position. Do you have any details about the express split? I mean, as many as the company released in their report, or as much as the company released in their report. I think that's all the information anybody has. It's going to be like 10 or 20 to 1. Um, and nobody knows what date it'll occur on, but it's approved. Thank you for talking about risk management the last 2 weeks so much. You stopped me from blowing up my port overnight. I only lost a small part of yesterday's profits this AM. Nice. Are we going to get a big bounce? Well, let's see if we get a drop. I think that's the better question right now. I just bought a Microsoft 915 call, so we about to drop all that, boys. Excellent. Morgan Stanley is not out yet. They said we were in the golden age of technology with AI. Nice. In a situation like this with Airbnb, what are the pros and cons to holding and averaging down as opposed to cutting and re-entering? Well, if you cut and re-enter, you don't have any exposure, right? And you can choose a new and better entry. If you average down, you have to be prepared to commit more capital to the position. So you're increasing your positional risk. I haven't really built out the position yet, so I don't mind averaging down a little bit. But if I'd fully entered the position yesterday, I would have cut it when it hit risk. I can't believe that the rate hike literally fixed everything. Broadly speaking, when you choose straddles and strangles for SPY, I don't play them on SPY. Recently, did you base that off the call and put interest being about even? No. We have very low implied volatility, but pretty high realized volatility, which makes straddles and strangles a little better. Strangles, not so much. Straddles are pretty good though, and neither of those are that great on SPY. I sold verticals 45.90 95. Jesus Christ. 95 4600 and 46 605 in my paper trading account. Are these good ranges? I mean, they're fine if you were like ready to close them. Like if you think it's gonna drop, but at that point, why not just get like short exposure, right? Because you could buy a put and you'd realize profitability on a small move to the downside much faster instead of trying to like sell delta. Girk, I bought 10% of T in Roth. Broker called and right after to tell me T is being shorted. That's customer service for you, though. Guys, QQQ vol is nuts. Please straddle it if you can't go for tax advantaged SPX. Yeah, QQQ's got a little more. Well, yeah, QQQ's a little better. It tends to be more volatile, although we have to see how it behaves after the rebalance because it's going to have less exposure to all that like top heavy tech. And it may actually start to normalize a little bit. And since SPX hasn't rebalanced, right, and it's still massively overweight in like Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, all that, right? Like SPX might start to SPY might start to become the better overnight straddle between the two. Speaking of profitability, is one SPX more profitable than 10 SPY contracts? Uh, it can be. For straddles and strangles, yes. Where's the closest support below us? Like 40, I mean 45.90 a little bit. At least on the zero DTEs. 45.95. And then after that, 45.80. Fucking shit, that's a lot of volume. Today's gonna get crazy. One way or the other. How much are 46.20s? 46.10's only fucking $2. 4,600, 46.10. It's like a $3 spread. Okay, this still looks a tiny bit bearish. It hasn't really picked up any momentum yet, but ES failed the standard deviation resistance, so we're looking at ES 46.20, I guess, for support. We don't really have a lot of established support in this range yet, so yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna look at ES 46.20 for the next maybe breakdown. About a year ago, I asked you about RCL, and it's doubled in value since. Nice. Would you mind reviewing this when you have a chance after their earnings this AM? I can take a look, or if I forget, DM me and I'll look tonight. Where's the volume focused? It's pretty evenly split between puts and calls. I mean, put volume's higher, I guess, but it's fairly even. It's not like blown out on one side or anything. I think it's like 1.1. It's getting a little worse. Okay, it's 1.39 now. It was 1.29. So a lot of put volume. Some of that's definitely sold, right? Did Microsoft get shot in the face? I don't know. They were kind of recovering a bit this morning. Microsoft faces mounting scrutiny over China-linked email hack. Okay. Well, that's a thing. This positioning's still weak here above 4,600. It doesn't look bad up to like 4605 is not that strong, but 4610 I think is somewhat mixed. Like we were seeing the spreads get blown out there earlier, so there's definitely some call selling going on. But there's also, I would say, a lot of long buying given the amount of volume at the contract. There's a bit like between 4610 and 25. It's a bit mixed. I would say the money calls are largely bought, but for zero DTE. But there's a shitload of sold calls at the 4600 level from like the last 3 days, and then below 40 like 45.95, the call interest falls off. There's a little bit of stability at 45.80, and then after that it gets really weak. I would still wait to confirm downside till below 45.70 if you're looking for like more than a zero DTE move. And for the zero DTEs, I would say a slip of 45.95 would probably give us a test of 45.85 or 45.80. If we then got a continuation, we might see 45.70. What a crazy move overnight. Yeah. Unlike my Siri calls, your your intro cards don't miss. I really hope nobody fucking like over leveraged on Siri. We were pretty clear that it was a lot of risk, so I really hope that people just took like moderate exposure to it, because I mean, and it still has potential, but it's so risky. It's a very narrow shot. Unlike my Siri calls, your intro cards. Did you think if he hit 45.80, we could still come back and hit 46.10? Yeah, 45.80 is like call side support, right? It's a call wall, so absolutely. I think the real question today is going to be, do, do we get a continuation? Does this fail? Do we fail 45.80 and then, actually start to pressure out the long position at 45.70? Or if we get a bounce and we retest 4600, are we going to squeeze out the short calls? Both of those could lead to much larger moves, right? Nvidia profit to sales, same like Meta profit to earnings, is bullish, right? Sure. Why not? Any SCX call interest coming in? Less, because the price is falling. That usually scares out the speculators right away. But we'll see where support comes in. I mean, huge amounts of volume are coming in on both sides. VIX is back above 13. We lost 45.95. So we could get a continuation here. I mean, it looks like on futures, at least, we have a little bit of momentum. So now we're looking for that 46.10 level, which was yesterday's high. Maybe some support here at 46.16. I think that's a historic one. But also maybe not. Watch that, and that doesn't look so hot. It's starting to look a little worse. That is also pulling back. Okay, looking a little better. 45 Smith. Did I miss any discussion on the BT earnings? Yeah, if you rewind towards the beginning of the stream, I talked about it a little bit. You could probably, it's only an hour, you could probably play it back on like high speed and find it. Or maybe somebody has a timestamp. I'm feeling bad about my $50 investment. Fubo hit 237, but it's not at 270 again. Do you think it maintains prices at these levels into earnings? Or do you think it'll go back down before then? Hey, my targets are still 237 and 223. It may hold. It could still just keep dropping though. So it's got a little bit of a bounce. We got earnings on the 4th. I think a lot of this is just driven by the overnight move in indexes. So I'm not so sure that it's going to hold. R2K is already starting to fall off pretty hard here. Down 12 BPS now. I mean, it's at resistance, right? So it can just fail here. 264 is the resistance here. So I think if it fails here, we probably retest 237. There's really no support or resistance that's lasted for any significant period of time at 250. But not unreasonable to see it bounce off 237, right? Because everybody pulls back their 250 sold calls on the test. Let's see how that works. And there's a lot of sold calls on Fubo. Gork, red candle. I know, Dork. I'm also present in here. I know you need to concentrate on your spreads when managing this account, but we appreciate you being vocal with what you're seeing on a day like today. Thanks, dude. It's no problem. It is kind of hard to manage this and my other account simultaneously. But I think I'm alright. This one's actually fucking harder because I can't close anything when it's up. Microsoft's arguably one of the most stable and well-positioned tech companies to maintain relatively decent revenue. It's one of the few not going to the moon. I fucking love this market. I agree with you. Out of all the tech companies, the one I'd most hesitate to short would be Microsoft. I think they're a little overvalued. But not a lot, you know? It's not like fucking Nvidia or Meta. You got Zuck spending $13 billion a year to build his fantasy land while they only bring in an extra revenue of $1 billion over the year. 1 billion in, 13 billion out. Great company. Could we in the future refer risks as units of rev? So high risk would be 5 on the rev scale, and 1 would be a sure thing. I think that would help evaluate risk and reward better. All potential short squeezes are a 5 on the rev scale. Because the second you bet on a short squeeze, you're betting that multi-billion-dollar entities can't bail themselves out of their own fuck up, right? You're saying with your $1,000 or whatever, they're going to be wrong and you're going to be right. What's your target range for GME in the next few weeks? Still getting shorted. It is, but there's some, market-wide pressure that's going to make that continue to make that difficult. Thanks, Greg. Is Meta going to dump off of this? Sure, they beat, but they're blowing money as well. Who wants to pay those prices for Meta? Someone. Down vote because GME is down. That's very professional of you. Tesla can't seem to hold 268. Are we going to see 250 before 300 again? Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it failed 270 this morning in the pre-market. It's been trending down pretty much ever since. If you wanted to go short, I'd probably confirm the breakdown of 261. And I would probably also stay at the money and be cautious of carrying anything overnight. But it doesn't look bad for another entry. I think most of the upside blew out. I mean, we discussed this, after the earnings short, right? It failed to break 275, right? And then once again 270. So now we have two failures on 270. It looks like the bear capitulation that occurred here in the profit taking is about wound down. And so I think you can expect bears to start repositioning here. Doesn't seem like they give two shits about the indexes right now. And I'd imagine vol shorts are all over this. So yeah, I would look to this level to confirm, right? Make sure we don't get another bounce. And then, you've got a pretty decent trade, maybe down to the 256 if you want to take it slow. You could target more than that, but you might deal with like some chop, right? And then you got to worry about this level here at 252. Nice stream card. Trash Dan was back. How do you feel about Airbnb here? I'm currently short Airbnb. I'm adding to it. It's true I was. What's up, Trash? No, I'm not adding to it yet, but if it gets rejected, I will. Alright, so ES did find a little bit of support at that 416 level that we were talking about. Although the bounce is pretty weak, so that might be a good sign for a continuation to 610 or lower. We're gonna want to watch the volume on this pretty closely. It does look like, the downside volume is more significant right now. So hopefully there's more sellers. Let's see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of the momentum here. Man, 4600 has a shitload of fucking interest. No shade on Siri. I actually had a stop in there, so I didn't bag hold. But let me interrupt that negativity with an announcement. My hedge is green today? What? Not losing money is amazing. Nice, dude. So in the pre-market, SPX pump similarly sneaky like the end of day 0 DTE pump. Yeah, kind of. I mean, they could have gotten really lucky, right? And the overnight pump could have caused short call capitulation into market open, and then SPX would have just rocketed, right? Unfortunately, they didn't. They didn't get that. They pressured the short calls, but it doesn't look like they gave up. At least not yet. I think the risk of 4,600 might be high enough that folks are looking to carefully close their short 4,600C. Maybe. I don't think you're wrong. Although futures might not agree. At least not yet. Huh. Yeah, this support they found here is pretty fucking weak so far. If they squeeze out the 4,600 strike, we could go higher than 4,625. When assessing rejections, do you consider the second or third rejection as being most telling? I mean, the first one can be very telling. You have to, I think you have to kind of weigh them all individually. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that a second or third rejection is more meaningful. If anything, a second and third rejection kind of tell me that the the opposing side of the trade is very persistent. What was the news that caused the overnight pump on QQQ SPY? Initially, nothing. This morning, GDP and durables. Are you closing those Siri calls today if nothing happens? No, I'm keeping them open until tomorrow. So the PM pump wasn't short calls closing. I thought that pump might have been them closing some. More likely, it was just a reaction to the data. Yeah, the PM pump was not the short calls closing. I think it was, a pump very late in the night last night, like 10 o'clock, which brought us back up to our intraday high from yesterday. And then it stabilized there, and then we got the GDP data this morning. Boof! What the fuck's up, man? Thank you so much, dude. Guys, give Boof a shout out for hooking you up with some Cornishon memberships.
There once was a man on Pi-Fi stream. His name was John Wilkes Booth, you see. The comments came in.
How you doing, bud?
Green. Now watch the Cornishons grow. Soon may the gifting man come to bring Cornishon subs brined in rum. One day when the stream
John Wilkes flexing.
Watch and go.
B of A and Wells are short treasuries. Morgan Stanley shorted oil. Okay. Well, if Morgan Stanley shorted oil, they're fucked right now. Oil futures are about to break 80. They're so fucking close. Idaho beef? Back in Pigeon Whale? What's going on today? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Where's my fucking pigeon whales? There we go. Yeah, fucking Booth can have one too. Here.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Oh, damn it. Thank you, Idaho. Hey, man, been absurdly busy fundraising for quite an expansion project I'm working on. Currently at SFO on layover. Missed y'all? Is everyone rich from Upstart yet? Some people are. You know how it goes. Come on, baby. Fail hard. Don't put all your money on that just yet. Could the market squeeze a bit tomorrow? If we break through 4,600 and squeeze out the short calls, yeah. SFO, San Francisco, Ontario National. I have put debit spread 454, 448 for 818. It's a bit down. Keep. It's till 818. I mean, you're not going to be super affected. You're not going to be as affected by theta decay on a debit spread. It would have been better to hedge that position during overnight moves. Okay, this looks pretty good for Dork. This looks pretty good for a continuation, man. I feel like under VIX 13 they can close short puts, right? I have a chart of the 4,600 contract up just to see if when it happens. I'm watching it too. Thoughts on shorting Airbnb? I've already started doing that the other day. Did the poor from the Discord sue that priest yet? No. He's never going to. I know it looks good, but Tom Lee? What about Tom Lee? Oh, you're just using Tom Lee as a placeholder for irrational bullishness? You talk about volume falling off on the upwards consolidation, continuation down? Could be. Although, arguably, it could break either way. I think the sell pressure here is pretty decent. Should I pick a... Yeah, I should have used that opportunity at 45.90 to grab a bull spread. You're talking about volume, continuation up or down. Well, it's good to see you back, Boof, even if it's just momentarily. Dirk, do you mean Chung Lee from Pawn Stars? No. Yes, no contracts. POO, position open only. Toe ring gang. Fucking A, Robin your hood. A 46 and 85. Okay. Any chance you could get Discord audio working today? Sometimes it likes to randomly reset your input and output devices. It is working, LSD. For everyone but you, apparently. Is it fair to assume if this breaks down, it will break down hard? No, I don't think it will. I think there's a fairly decent amount of support at 45.80. But the breakdown of 45.95 is likely to lead to a test of 45.80. I don't think we fill the gap in that instance. I think we'll probably find support higher than the full gap fill, but you never know how much momentum will pick up, right? Okay, futures did in fact start to fail. Although volume on the fail kind of looks like shit now too. Getting 46, 49, 95, 45, 90, 45, 85, 45, 80, 45, 75. Yeah, put volume's pretty high at 85 and 80. I, I feel like they wouldn't be selling those. That's super fucking risky. Although they've definitely sold some risky puts before. There's actual like negative gamma at 45.60. I don't know. Maybe there's some bears. Put call ratio is 1.4 now, so someone's getting a little emboldened. $13 breakdown from spot is hard in my opinion. Wait, on what? Is it fair to assume that if this breaks down, we're going to careen down through 4,400 by end of day? Cool, thanks. No. The only way that happens is if we break like 45.70. And that's there's a lot of liquidity between us and that price. They really don't want Todd to get another beating if VIX breaks 13. I think they're trying to back out of short puts. Just maybe. Is this drop SLD? No. SLD was last week. Well, this Monday. Back through last Wednesday. Is tomorrow T5 on Siri? Yes. So sell 4600 zero DTEs here, safe? Absolutely fucking not. Why would you think that's safe? We're only $9 away from the strike. We haven't even broken down below like all the key levels of support. We've broken one level of support. I forgot the S. Oh, I see. You mentioned backing out of sold puts yesterday. Is positioning turning more bearish slowly? Maybe. We do have something on the chain we haven't had in a while. Actual puts. Like long puts. Although they're way the fuck out of the money. And they got super burnt overnight, but they're still there. High or low? Yeah, I don't know if that matters yet. Hmm. Options. Vertical. Calls. Hmm. $10 credit, 1500 return. That's $10 in the money right now. So I really want the 90, right? 9605. I really want this to fail more. Yeah, this is probably a key moment here. Although 80's a pretty strong level too. It's not as strong as 95 and 4600 though. 18 months. I now have squatters' rights. Are you living in the Long Island house? Get the fuck out of there. Do you have any Greeks on LMT? They wouldn't matter. I'll tell you that much. It's got one of the most illiquid fucking options chains. Take a lesson from my mistakes and don't try to play Greeks on shit with super illiquid options chains. I'll take a look at it though. No, I won't. fuck you for a minute. I'll look at it later. Okay, 85. Bullish. So now I can buy the call. Hmm. Ooh. No rush. Okay. Yeah. So, sorry. I've got spreads I have to close, and I'm not getting fucking fills. What the fuck, man? The market maker does not want to buy back my 4600, 4605 spreads. There we go. I don't think I need to hedge the upside yet. Their strategy to squeeze out sold calls as a way to ladder the market up. I don't see anything that would force them to change a strategy that's working. But that becomes harder and harder every time because you encourage more and more participants to sell calls, right? The higher you go. If if you don't mind, can you look at AMSC? Has been shorted a lot recently. Is getting a push the last couple of weeks from superconductor news. Small float up 15% today. I think I saw something about that. Hold on. I gotta look at LMT first. Yeah, LMT is at well, it's a support. I don't know if playing a bounce here is a great idea. First off, it could go much lower, like $2 lower. Risky. And still very far from its long-term trend. AJ. Well, actually, hold on. Ooh, it's at the bottom of my short range. Did I close those? Okay, I closed those. Never mind. Yeah, so it could potentially drop all the way down to like 440, 438. I would confirm a bounce before I entered it because the current setup on this does not look good. And then the other stock was AMSC. American Superconductor, 2.28 million share float. It's got a nice bump today, but it's been moving up since the 31st. Yeah, that could be a kind of a fun play. They also have earnings in a few days, so some of it may be that. And I'm pretty sure that the superconductor technology is just the one paper right now, right? It's still very speculative. I don't think it's been properly vetted yet or anything. Gurk, are we filling the gap or nah? All of this? I doubt it. Maybe a little more of it though. And I'm up 100% on this. Why don't I just close? Why am I being greedy here? I don't want to use the day trade. But I can't think of any other good reason. Hmm. CIO, CFO, CEO, Pickle Financial. How's the cat? He's doing good. He's getting groomed today. So he's out of the house. I'm just curious, with the Siri play, could it make sense to hold through August OPEX? No holidays and such. I don't know. It's pure degen. I mean, I'm probably going to let these calls expire worthless. Arvix is where the one paper is. It's a preprint service and not peer reviewed. It's also not from a big name or institution. Needs to be peer reviewed and reproduced. Thank you, JFresh. I agree. I mean, yeah, I agree. I was gonna say, like, the market doesn't necessarily give a shit about that. I do though. Is volume on SPX picking up? It has been all day. We started out at a PC ratio of like 1-1, and now it's like 1-4. There's still quite a lot of put interest building to the downside. We are seeing some profit taking on positions below 45.75. Although 45.70 and 80 still remain strong resistances. And we are seeing, I believe, continued call selling of the 4600 strike. Puts are being bought all the way down to 4500 though. Does anybody know where the JPM2 collar is? I made $800 on the NVX this AM. Nice. I got out quick. Thanks to your insights the other day. I might go back in at some point. I'm digging out of my rev hole little by little. Thanks. Nice regards, KQ. That's awesome. I didn't name him. This is not that good. Like, that can print still, but I don't want it. Do I want any exposure for this? I could just do like 75 to 50. In case. Then I'm covered on the downside here. 25 width. Calls, puts, vertical. 75, 50, 650. Okay, then I have overnight protection there. Buy. One. This bounce a little. I might need to worry about calls right now. Hold on. Ooh. It's also not a very well written paper. The data seems okay from measurement side, but the theoretical discussion is pretty bad. Much better fakes for much smaller super conductor feats in the past. Okay. Feats broke. What they broke, I don't know, but there was a line there. Yeah, futures are approaching 46.10, which was yesterday's high. If we start to break down from 46.10, things get a little bit more interesting. Obviously 4600 is where we want to confirm at ideally. But this breakdown is pretty consistent here. I mean, the volume doesn't seem to be retreating too much, even at resistance. So, I like a small continuation at least. Although I do think 4580 is gonna still present a little bit of a floor here. I would not mind seeing us lose 4585. Okay, now I'm up 200%. Fuck me. How's Upstart CC 6970 728 expiration? I didn't get a chance to look at Upstart this morning, so give me a second. I have some spreads lower than that, so I hope it's good. Yeah, Gamma Max didn't move up very much today. $1 to 67. 69.70. Yeah, you're probably, well, call interest skyrocketed last night. Holy shit. I'd be prepared to hedge on a break of Gamma Max. But if you're capable of doing that, then it doesn't seem unreasonable. It's risky to fuck with Upstart into the end of the week. Calls get cheaper. Dixie above 101.50 seems pretty bearish for equities. Really, Dixie was at like 103 through like most of this pump. You keep picking up upside hedges and then almost immediately getting stopped out of them. Yeah, I can't afford to get stopped out of shit, so I've got to be a little more careful with my entry here. I did finally get out of my bear call spreads though, so that was cool. Butthole is tight and ambiguous. Yeah, it is. I I agree with that. Ambiguity is the name of the game right here. We can literally break either way, I think, right now. Normally in a situation like this, I put a little more reliance on VIX or VVIX, but they're so fucked that it's pointless. I can't. I keep picking up upside hedges. Okay. You thinking about taking ZOM profits before earnings? Yeah. Yeah, that was a very good play. I don't know if anybody got in on it. I mean, I'm assuming you did, but yeah, that worked out really, really fucking well. I ended up a little more leveraged than the pickles pick because I picked up some extra calls once we broke the midpoint, but yeah, it worked out. That worked out very nicely. Zom is the best stock in the market. It's a fun one. It's definitely fun when fucking out of the money Septembers are selling for like $1. Imagine shorting oil into a fucking supply cutoff. Call credit spread on SPY to hold overnight here. Call credit spread on SPY? Is there a bear call spread? Overnight hold? Super risky. Yeah, this is not a place where you want to sell call spreads when we're like at the top, not when we're questioning if a bounce is gonna happen, right? Hmm. Fuck. 96.10 and then close this. Hmm. Another 100% wick on the 4600C. I think people are selling more of them. But the bid's still getting smashed. I had a little bit of ZOM, trying to rebuild the port. Nice. Time for the V? I don't know yet. Thanks for the insight on BTU. It was a big help. I went back. It was around time 10 for those interested. I'm bullish on it and closed nicely on a 24cc. Nice. So I'm still down overall. Would you be looking to roll or cut and eat the loss? Tomorrow is a new day. I don't know what you have. It's V time. Spy just announced AI, AI, AI. I don't know what that means. Is that a good time for BTU CSP for income? I'd wait for the earnings moves to shake out first. See the message just before. I don't see it. Just copy and paste it again. So we're gonna keep finding support at 45.85, 45.80. Hmm. It's a lot of little gaps. Hmm. My only problem is if this starts to move here, it's probably going to move pretty hard. So either we get rejected and we get one more leg of the downtrend. Hmm. Yeah, maybe a lower high. We'll see. This is tricky. There's a there's starting to be quite a lot of resistance. So at this point, I mean, you're trying to grind down into the market maker hedge and into call support. Siri should run out of liquidity pretty quickly today. They got very little last night. So we should start to get a little bit of a midday turnaround. I'd still like to see us move back above 5. I don't know if the puts at 5 are going to hold us. There's a lot of calls at 5 too. Okay, that's a good sign. We could just chop in this range. I mean, we probably will. Yeah. But eventually something's going to give, right? And right now, this like bear spread benefits from the theta decay, so I don't want to close it too quickly. Um, but it is already up like 100%. So hmm. Oh, I did fill on the call side. Okay. I can just close this then. Well, limit. Hmm. Okay. All right. Now I'm locked into the call side here. They got a little momentum though. This should maybe start to push. Let's see what we retest. All right. I have 844575p, and I'm asking if you think that's enough theta to see this come back down, or would you be looking to roll and eat the loss? As hedged 1 to 2, so I'm down no matter what. Hmm. I mean, hedging 1 to 2 doesn't mean you're necessarily down no matter what. It just depends on when you closed your hedge. 4575p for 8.4. Did you buy it today? She got next Friday. What are you talking about, Bravo? Hey, Greg, can we all stop for a moment and realize BTU market cap is 3.24 billion? GME is 6.91. Win weighing machine instead of popularity contest. It'll happen. Just got to be patient. Coal demands, I mean, even coal projections are pricing in like higher demand over the next 5 years than analysts by like 300%. Analysts have to support their thesis that, you know, solar companies are going to rip to the moon and green energy is going to make shitloads of money, right? And they can't do that without downgrading shit like coal. Otherwise, their investors are going to think they're full of shit. Thanks, man. 2 DTE trades. I've been able to close them both around 80% gain. Nice, man. Awesome. Without your education, it would be an 80% loss. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Good morning, Ending. Gork, this looks weak. No, it doesn't. Can you hedge again? I mean, Mako? Last Thursday, Friday, negative 40% currently. Okay, so you overheld a bit because you were $25 in the money yesterday. Where's your hedge? What's your hedge on it? You said you have 2 to 1, or did you close it already? You think ups now? I think it has some momentum. Todd's getting a G5. Close the hedge this AM. Okay, that's good. Just hedge here, 1-to-1, same date. What's your max loss now on the position minus the premium from your hedge? $170. I mean, I mean, you could definitely hedge 170 to the upside, right? But that's not that's not very much. Times 100 or just 1.7. Does your bull call spread mean you expect SEX to close around 4,600, 4,610? Or are you going to close before end of day? I'm going to lock in profits on it if it moves up. I don't know if I expect us to close at 4,600, 4,610, but that's where the majority of options interest is right now, albeit a lot of it's sold. Just 1.7. Okay, I mean that doesn't seem hard to hedge. I mean, I don't think 45.75 exposure into the next week is bad, but you need to get rid of that theta decay, right? So, I mean, first things first, you can turn that into a bear spread. Like if you don't think we're gonna hit like 45.75 today, you could sell a 70 against it, right? Even if it does drop today, you'll still capture, $3.30 of premium, right? And then if it doesn't, you offset your theta for the day and you get a little bit of credit, which you could use to open like an out of the money bull call, right? And that can cover, an additional upside move. So that way, either way, you're locking in at least a minimum profit between like 5 and 330. Does that make sense? And then you can close those for whatever the remainder is. Did Upstart lose momentum? Yeah, it slammed into Gamma Max again. Does being regularly handsome increase success in the markets? I don't know. Do you think tomorrow's economy data PC is worth strangling? Or could today's big move cause a risk of being flattish tomorrow? Interesting. Hmm. I wouldn't do a wide strangle on it. I mean, if I strangled it, I wouldn't target any more than like 25 or 30 BPS. But it could be. I mean, we don't know, right, how the market's going to immediately react. Yes, not sure if I can on a cash account. Oh, yeah, you can't on a cash account. Well, probably not. Okay, so and then your only option is you could pick up a call, and if it starts to move against you, you can stop out of the puts. And then the call, like you can trail stop the call and try to recoup your loss. It's not a very, I mean, you don't have a very big loss, right? So if this tests like 4,600 and you're at a 45.95 here, a trail stop on the puts and a and move your stop up on the call, you can easily make back $1.70. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Dad, did we land soft back in March? Did the aliens save us? No, the Fed just gave the bank a bunch of money. Banks. Okay. Hmm. What the fuck am I up on today? Up 800? What's the other thing I'm up on? Fucking WeBull can't calculate P&L at all. What's that contract? Oh. Okay. Huh. The fucking rose kicking in on these SPX 12,000s. That thing came back from the dead. I hate Weeble P&L. It's so fucking bad. I've never had to like I've never really had to pay attention to it before, but it's really calculated in a horrific way. It counts the cash settlement the next day too. Yeah, I know. Okay. ES is starting to form an inverse HNS. Support in this range is pretty bullish. So okay, so here's the deal. If we find support in this range, right here, we're probably gonna retest 4,600. Oh, and immediately fails. Interesting. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? And if we don't, I don't. I don't know. There's so much options volume at the money.
SPX volume's over 1 million today already. This is fucking crazy. Do you think AB&B keeps up tomorrow? Uh, looks kind of weak here still. 53. Let me see what the next upside resistance is. So I can't remember. God, it's been a long time since I shorted this. Yeah, it's well, there is resistance here. Although 55 is more likely. Um this one's not very well established. I don't know. I guess it depends where your entry is. I mean, if you entered yesterday at the risk line, you're not in a bad spot. But if you entered below, like in the 47 range, like if you bought the bottom of the day, that's pretty rough. I probably would have stopped out at risk if that was the case. I haven't entered all of my position yet, so I'm not in a good place to be able to like look and tell you, but you definitely want to confirm the resistance and a retest of 150 before considering entering any more. Jesus fucking Christ. We're really gonna fail? I hate this piece of shit. Okay. I'm gonna get slightly longer dated downside exposure, I guess. Or I'll just use this to sell short puts. Can I sell short? God, I don't want to be them. 45.80. Why the fuck is this breaking down? There's nothing but support here. That's because my call is right on that line. If we broke, I would have been profitable. In the money calls are selling off. That's a problem. All right, so fuck, there's no good solution there. I guess I spread the 4605. Fuck, I hate this. Why can't I just close my spreads? So dumb. How's volume calculated on SPX and its derivatives? Or what's mainly traded? There's things that calculate the total amount of premium traded. And I'm talking about options volume. Is Upstart dead? I fucking hope so. What's it doing? Everyone's complaining about it, so I'm guessing
people bought calls. Ooh, yeah. I'm starting shitting the bed a little bit. Nice. Oh, are my 60-61 spreads gonna? This is, yeah, I hope it is. I hope all the weekly call buyers are getting scared out. I don't buy calls, you know that. There's so much information out there, it can totally mess with my head. You're pretty much the only one I trust. I've learned a lot and I appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks, Load Warrior. I appreciate that, man. It's always good to have other opinions, though. I'm not always right, believe it or not. I try to be, but it doesn't matter how hard you try. You can't be right 100% of the time. Sell now, ask questions later. This is a higher low still. I'm surprised at the alacrity of the sell-off, though. It was quite a little struggle going on here for the 45.90 strike. Those guys don't want to get squeezed out. If we reject off the underside of 45.90, we're gonna die, right? I'm watching it. Yeah, we could. What reasonable strategy for someone with an 8K port who can't watch the market constantly to grow it into an average 200 a day income generator over the next couple of years? Asking for a friend. I mean, you have a very low amount of capital available, so you can, I wonder if you can even do, you might be able to create like an out of the money rolling spread position. Initially, you're not gonna compound capital very quickly, but because you have to save money to hedge. But over time you could take like 6 months before you're really able to start compounding well. Huh. Bears. Okay, well, I'm hedged, right? I'm hedged on the upside. I don't need to worry about it. So I can be more aggressively bearish, I guess. I could do like 80, 85. Fuck it. I don't think this is going to drop that much. What a word. Remind me to never play Scrabble with you. Jesus was flawed too, Gurk. It's fine. You don't need to be right when you can hedge. I think I did a learn right there. That's right. But
to hedge, you have to overcome the psychological hurdle that you might be wrong. And that's very hard for people. We saw that in action with the last Nvidia earnings. The bear case is strong as fuck, right? And valid. Which leads people to trust their decision. It breeds confidence, right, in the position. And alongside that confidence comes a refusal to hedge. So regardless of the fact of me like being like hedge the fucking upside for like a week and a half before Nvidia earnings, 50% of people didn't. Let's not bring up our past ghosts. I mean, my past ghosts. It's important. Enough times pass that you can look back on it and think more critically, right? What about overcoming the psychological hurdle that I don't have enough money? You need to take smaller positions. The less this game is harder and harder the less money you have. So it may be the only thing where the initial barrier to entry requires excellence and proficiency, and then it just gets easier over time. The biggest challenge for me is not acknowledging I might be wrong. It's that I'm right, but the market doesn't care. Dare I say it, bulls don't look too confident today. Maybe they spent all their bull juice overnight. I'm not entirely sure that the move up overnight wasn't to just capture like lost positioning, right? Like they got their stranded calls for a pause. Like let's say that a significant number of the calls at 45, 80, 85, 90, 95, and 4600 that weren't sold were there in the hopes that the Fed would stop rate hikes, right? There was definitely an expectation for that outcome, and it wasn't realized. And so if the market drops, those calls are dead. Um, but if you can pump it one last time, if you can free them up, if you have the capital to do that, why wouldn't you? I know I'm joking, and I have so little cash, I can only buy Express shares. Well, good thing it's up like fucking 100% in the last 2 weeks. That specific Nvidia hedge would have saved my port. It's important, especially with binary shit like earnings. I've seen companies kill it on earnings and drop 10% the next day. Until you're so big, you pose systemic risk. Yeah, once you get big enough, it becomes a game about not losing money, and the money makes itself. You just don't want to lose any. But the thing is you really need to approach it that way right from the beginning. Not in a video, but that lesson burned me. I'm only able to think my way through to a solution because that ritualistic hedge printed hard as fuck. Yeah, it did. And that can happen too. Sometimes your hedge is better than any position you ever planned on taking. So today was the rescue of the calls we expected yesterday. It makes sense. I mean, they tried yesterday too. They just failed. They failed pretty early in their attempt to get those calls. So yeah, I mean, especially if it continues to fail and we continue to see in the money calls, profit taking on calls, right? I still think we haven't seen the last of the upside for today, but it may still be limited. I don't have any Express shares. Oh, okay. Predictions on Airbnb earnings. I mean, analyst estimates are, that they're probably going to miss. They need to hit like, I think it's like 6 times revenue from the prior quarter. And they actually need to beat, I think they need to beat year over year as well, and that's going to be really tough. But I'm not playing their earnings. I want to be very clear on that. I have entered a short position that I plan to exit before their earnings. I think investors are in Airbnb are well aware of the potential miss and are getting a little skittish at these prices. Thoughts on overstock bear call spreads? What's the advantage to them? I'll be honest, I don't like selling spreads on equities unless it's heavily incentivized because you have to sell theta. Girk, we haven't seen the last of the upside today. Me, we haven't seen the last of the downside either. Probably not. I mean, this isn't a great spot to enter positions, so but Airbnb was hinting at the magic word AI. Yeah, that's the returns on saying AI are diminishing. Microsoft said AI a couple of weeks ago. So did Apple. It hasn't really benefited either one of them significantly. Apple maybe, but Microsoft's down. And they're far more important companies with actual exposure to AI than fucking Airbnb. I think people fall into the monotony. I had like 9 hedges in a row that were losers, small losers, but you do sacrifice a little profit sometimes. Then boom goes the dynamite one random July day. Yeah. I mean, that kind of goes back to what I've said before, and that the money comes with the exposure, right? If you have exposure in the market, it'll eventually you'll get a big win, right? Like it's just the odds are in your favor. But you need to maintain that exposure while taking minimal losses, right? Now, obviously, you can hone that, but at its core, you want to not lose money, and the longer you can sustain positioning without losing money, the greater the chances of you making money. It's trading is not about being the biggest winner. That money is usually gone very quickly. Those people don't usually do very well over a long period of time. It's about being the smallest loser. Lose as little as possible. Like yesterday, I did all of that positioning for like $26, but I didn't lose money, right? And that's what matters. Sinbad to Sin Worse. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. We've incorporated AI so that you can live in the comfort of knowing an AI is charging you ridiculous additional fees and not the landlords. Zach mentioned AI yesterday in a context of it's a long time horizon before anything is scalable. Yeah, it's even longer before any of that shit makes profits, too. It's good to hear that people are starting to be a little bit more honest about it. Maybe they've almost sold out of their 40-year bonds. It's easy to get hooked on hedging when the hedge prints 50% and the next day the hedge position prints. Very much so. What? Don't lose money. Yeah, stop doing that. You finally nailed it into my head. It's all about living to fight another day. Yep. And some days, as long as you're still alive, you'll 10x your options contracts. And then if you never lose that money, you just keep growing, right? Slow and steady wins the race. All the sayings, they matter. Wait, don't lose money? That's what I've been doing wrong? Maybe? My current thought process here is if we see a higher high, pick up the hedge. Okay. If not, keep waiting out to see if I can just cut with minor profit and reposition the entire play. Opinion? That seems reasonable. Just, I mean, what's really important there, Celtic, is that you've even if it's a good plan. Don't get me wrong. But even if it's not, you've made one. Survive another day, just like the Mayo man. Yep. You gave a whole speech once about how you won't hit 10x every play, but you for sure will never hit 10x if you have no money in your port. That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's. I didn't really ever have any mentors in this, right? But I had people I knew and colleagues and stuff that traded far more actively than I did back when I was in finance, and the successful guys, there was one universal truth: they just didn't lose money. They didn't hit their bonus every quarter. When they did, they hit it big, but they just didn't lose. And those are the guys that survived. They were the guys that stayed there the longest. And if you looked at their annualized returns, they were the ones that did the best. There were guys that hit, 50x, 100x plays. They'd hit it once, and then they'd fucking start blowing up their account. And they'd get fucking shuffled back into like a junior analyst position and forgotten about. I've never had 10x even once. Are people doing this? Occasionally. Yeah. You're hoping Celtic was similar. I have an 8-1 4570 put that's down quite a bit. If I were to hedge it, would you sell day by day 4565s? Or maybe a 731 4565 for more premium? You can do that, but remember you cap your profitability. So make sure that your hedge is, if you're going to do that, make sure your hedge is roughly equivalent to your loss. And then you still need to hedge the opposite move, right? You can also go the other way, so you don't have to turn them into debit spreads. If the market's moving against you, you can turn them into credit spreads, right? So here's your losing position, right? 45.70. You know, as the market moves up, you're losing money and you're losing theta. If you think the market's going to continue to move against you, you can sell a credit spread. Like you can open this into a credit spread and use your shit leg to hedge like a 45.75, right? And maybe you'll sell a little less theta on this, but you'll reap more premium. If you think the market's going to move down, but you want to protect your position, then you would open the debit spread so you can offset the decay. You're like uncertain, but you think it's going down kind of situation. But then you cap your profits, right? So, you know, your max profit here is 5. I guess plus premium received on this strike, but I've hit a couple 10 baggers off $1 SPX 0 DTE contracts. Yeah. Cash accounts are fun. What do you think the successful traders' average percent returns on plays were? Institutionally, very low. No risk desk is letting you fucking carry your profits to like 300% on an options trade. You're gonna have to start scaling out tranches very early. But maybe, you know, maybe like depending on the movement, scaled like, you know, 5 to 20%. 20% is considered like a big hit. But you get overnight moves and shit where you can make more. It's just not common. Doesn't Fidelity calculate daily profits into daily gains? I don't know. All brokers have fucked up P&L. It's better to do it by hand. It's just a lot of work. How do we like Zillow? I don't know. I don't particularly, but they do well for themselves. $45.80 out of the question now? Can you update us on OI? No, $45.80 is not out of the question. We're still just in like a band of weaker options contracts, right? Like the range between 80 and 95 is fairly weak. 95 and 4600 is really strong. 4580 is still very strong, although 4580 is reducing. It is dropped pretty significantly, but 4595 and 4600 have picked up. So we'll see. I mean, I would say the odds are we close the day near 4600 or near 45. Based on at least current positioning. That'll change, but yeah, man, absolutely. Don't forget to bug me if I miss it. Though sometimes my inbox gets flooded and things get shuffled to the bottom, but 4600. No, 46 to 4580. 4580. 4600. Although more and more it's looking like 4600. I am once again asking for continued downside movement. That'd be nice. You're talking about locking in profit on a winning trade by hedging. How is that better than just closing the trade to take profit? It's absolutely fucking not. But I have PDT on this account. Right, so until I get this account to 25k, I can't just close the otherwise I just close the fucking spreads. I had spreads yesterday that were like 99% that I took a loss on because I didn't have a day trade to close it. You gotta be quick on put exits in this market. Yeah. You always have to be quick on put exits. It doesn't matter what market you're in. I kind of wish you'd just deposit more money in the account so you wouldn't have to deal with PDT. Yeah, but then there's no challenge and it's boring again. Are you getting close to 25k? I'm at like 7,500 right now. Or 8? I might be at 8 now. From 14? I took a $2,000 drawdown one day. That day that it like the last candle gapped $5. I took like a $2,300 hit. I blew all my trades last week. I wanted to play FOMC, but oh well. Yeah, apparently that's a thing. Right now, I think there's only two things we can count on. They will pump, and eventually the pump will fail. Yeah, that's kind of the environment we're in. That's on entering snow pits. I think I ended up getting profits on those yesterday. I have to check, but I had a stop on them. Nope, I'm still in them. It's very close to the midpoint PT. I don't really know if this is a good entry point. I mean, you have to establish new risk levels if you're gonna, and it's riskier. Why do I have two trades? Oh, I must have re-entered this at some point. Okay. Huh. Did I get stopped out there? Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah. You have to reestablish a new risk level, and you'd probably want it to be tighter. I kind of think the bears all died. I don't know. We actually have long puts on the chain for the first time in like 2 months. So we'll see if they die this time. Thoughts on entering snow pits? What level are you eyeing for up, down, continued confirmation? 45.95 to confirm a retest of, well, like 46 or 46.05. I feel like I've learned so much about position management and hedging by watching you in this smaller port. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, no problem. It's kind of fun. You doing a challenge to show the poor is making money as possible? It's more about showing them that you can grow an account slowly over time without taking huge amounts of risk on every fucking play. And I'm trying to balance that with my desire to take huge amounts of risk on every play. When you have a moment, can you please look at UWMC? Actually, this account should be doing better, except I've done things with it that I shouldn't do. The dork didn't approve of. Well, I wanted to toss my profits into something. Why is your Siri PT 33? And when will it be there? It's not. And odds are never. Also, what are you worried about? You don't buy calls. You could have tossed your profits into scaling up your spreads. Yeah, but then I wouldn't have useless Siri and Beyond calls, right? So, yeah. You can always make more money. It's not a big deal. Playing XSP like a true masochist. Yeah, I don't hate myself yet. Those Beyond calls are not useless. They're just tired. Well, I'd have another $2,000 in this account if I didn't buy that crap. Kirk, didn't mean to assume you're shorthand. Guessing it correctly, are are just my yes no contracts? Wait, what? What's your expectation for Upstart earnings? Hmm. I don't think lending's contracted very much recently. Um, if anything, with the asset bubble kind of reinflating, they may have had more interest in origination over the last 3 months than they did in the prior 6 or 9. Um, so they could be good. I think Upstart's earnings could be pretty decent. I've absolutely learned so much in the last few weeks, and your help was perfectly timed. Well, I don't have a lot of free time. I'm grateful to keep learning while I work my day job. For sure, man. Well, see, Gherk is human. Oh, yeah. I'm also a fucking degenerate. Why must you always lever so fucking hard? Because why else would I like if I'm gonna throw the money away, I'm just gonna throw it away. I'm not gonna Nancy about on, high risk, high reward plays. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of money away and see what happens. Because I have the money. If I didn't have the money, I wouldn't do that shit. I don't buy things. I just buy stocks. If Upstart earnings is good, could it test 100? I mean, I don't think Upstart earnings are going to move their valuation higher, but maybe. Like it's already trading at several multiples of any forward kind of profits, right? But it's illiquid enough that if call buyers come in, why not? If you buy things, then you have to own things. Yeah, and that's a commitment that I'm not ready to take. That's why I buy options, because I know when they die. People keep failing to realize you can just sell some CCs and completely refill the account. Yeah. I mean, but that's still a loss, right? The idea is don't lose money. Says the man with a cat that he adopted, Mr. Anti Commitment. He was gonna die. I had an interview this morning. What did I miss? Not a lot. I guess like a $20 drop and a $13 bounce back. Most of the SPX calls are zero DTEs. So conceivably, we could have profit taking into the puts at the end of the day. Very possible, although not yet, and we're far from the end of the day. And that depends on how many of those calls are in the money, which is all of them. Wait, what happened to the cat? He's getting groomed today. They're gonna brush him and shampoo him with some sort of dry anti-allergen shampoo. I don't know. I feel like I was conned into it. But she was cute. Rip Kitty, you're a monster. Well, in his defense, I did say he licks himself. Did you get her number? Not yet. So they gave up on the call pump and started pumping Nvidia again. Look at that piece of shit go. That cat is gonna help you find a wife. I'm not marrying a animal groomer. That living situation would be untenable. Cats groom themselves, but then again, I have my internet plan because a cute girl sold it to me, so I think everyone, I don't think anyone's in a position to judge me on that. Been prancing through the countryside all day. You got any thoughts on BTU earnings? Yeah, I shared them earlier. It seems fine, and not unexpected with the contraction in China reopening. I'm not super concerned. Cash flows are okay, given that they had a $30 million payout from the fire back in Q1. So, as is the slight production decline due to the fire. So yeah, I mean it looks fine. They affected a pretty significant amount of their share buyback, almost a quarter of it, a little over a quarter of it. Don't be shallow. I'm extremely shallow. Does JFresh groom himself? Yes, a little too often. The house you acquired by being a loan shark and breaking knees, did you get it at a discount? I wasn't a loan shark, and I didn't break anyone's knees. And yes, I did get it at a discount. After all this time, you really expect to be able to step into a puddle of gherk and get your shoes wet? Bot Wookie Cream, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Bot Wookie a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon, and welcome aboard. Thank you for the beautifulest pickle we don't deserve, but one the poorest need. Now upgrade to Dilly, you fucks. Nice, man. Do you feed your cat milk from a cow? He's a cat. That's weird. I feed him heavy cream. Do out of the money options gain more value linearly as they approach the strike, or is there a slight curvature? There's a slight curvature. It depends on the amount of theta, more so on zero DTEs. Haven't seen this type of move on GME in a while. It's doing a little bit of a thing. Although, I think they're just grabbing liquidity and they're going to short it again. I guess tomorrow's T5 for GME. Also. Eh. You know what I do like? They're shorting the fuck out of it. They're arguably shorting it harder than they have in a very long time. A very, very long time? I guess that just means that more people have sold. Hmm. Maybe one day, again. I don't think it's today, though. MOASS? I did wake up late today. I'd be more than happy to sell some covered calls. QQQ going back down to 381. I have no idea. Is it? You're probably in a better position to tell me than I am to tell you. NQ is in a bear flag, but it looks like it's breaking up. Well, trying to. Why is Upstart down? Because it hit Gamma Max. Then red candle, then weekly call buyers got scared. Vix is a tween. Todd can't even watch the Barbie movie. I mean, he can't watch the Barbie movie anyway because he has to stay at his desk and make sure that the Vix stays down. Airbnb doing a volume down thingy. Okay. That's cool. Is Airbnb breaking down? Below 152 seems significant to me, but I'm slow. Below 150 is significant. Below 152 probably doesn't matter that much. Yeah, that's not really that relevant yet. Good time to buy SQQQ? There's very rarely a good time to buy SQQQ. You could. It's risky. If you're buying it, you're basically saying you expect the market to go down right now, which doesn't seem like a great bet. Can this pump break 4,600? Yes. I don't know. We might be stabilizing. But I don't think that means they won't try to push just harder. It's very advantageous if they can squeeze out the 4,600 calls. In the money cover call risky on GME? Always. Just sell near GM for next week. Usually safer. How are the tips? Spread. They're actually extremely diverged. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, dork. A moment of silence for all those covered calls. The ones at 23? You think there were a lot of them? There weren't. Most of them were at 22 and like 24 and 25. Can it break 4,600, then call profit taking plus 4,600, sold calls fighting back some, goddamn rationality take us back, plus some goddamn rationality to take us back to 4,550. I think if the sold calls don't get squeezed out here, there's a good chance that the short-term bullish positioning will capitulate. We're seeing some of the in-the-money position give up. That's a good initial sign, but the out-of-the-money position is still pretty bullish. That's why I wanted to know where the collar is that expires the day after tomorrow. Or, well, Monday, I guess. Because those sold calls may not move, right? Like, they may not be squeezable. Is Siri gonna V? It's moving up a little bit. So if a couple like me wanted to gamble on some 1 DTEs at close today, is there a solid chance $5 Siri calls could make white tomorrow? Tomorrow's T5. I mean, maybe. It depends on how hard they leaned on the ETFs, which was moderately hard. Did you know that the word overmorrow means the day after tomorrow? No. Thanks. I chimed in with haven't you people ever heard of? What? Is that a song? If the sold calls are part of a color, why can't they be squeezed? Because they just won't close. They'll just hedge. They'll just hedge the upside. In Germany, they call that Übermorgen. Thanks, man. No, it's much better to face these kind of things. Sorry, we're talking about rationality. Oh. If Siri rubs up against 550 tomorrow, you're out of your mind. It will make me moderately hard, like an ETF that was rented for a 5-day marathon in Costa Rica. Greg absolutely had an emo phase. He just represses the memories. I really didn't. He's definitely still in his emo phase and blasts it in the car. GME, what about it? What happened with GME? It had a little bit of volume briefly. You weren't lying when you said you've never panicked at the disco. It's true. Oh. My father took me into the city. Which one? I thought you already lived in the city. Emo requires a level of emotion that Gurk would be embarrassed by. A test of 550 is out of my mind for Siri on T5? Probably, yeah. I mean, it'd be cool, but SS thought it was MOASS. 2350 puts said no. Do you really honestly not recognize these song lyrics? Because someone's gonna clip you singing the song at this rate. I don't think so. Are you still in Siri? Well, yeah, why would I sell? No sell, no sell, right? Don't go chasing waterfalls. Poor Jason. Why is SPX having trouble breaking up through 4,600? Because a lot of those calls are sold. Are my sold 4,600 zero DTs safe? JK, I already closed for a profit. Alright, if AJ's making money and the rest of you aren't, you should be embarrassed. Greg, I think the Brazilian puts are back to suppressed GME. If I used Fibonacci lines, I think it can hit 4,000 tomorrow. Probably not. Probably not tomorrow. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like it. What if 4,600 sold calls just exercise for shares, then immediately sell them all off? But what? SPX doesn't exercise for, it just exercises for cash. And you can't exercise early. Oh, sarcasm? How much of your ZOM are you trimming? I don't know yet. So you have September. I'm gonna at least get rid of the sold puts and a third of the calls. Maybe half. Is this one of the drops that just gives the bulls more power? Yeah, it doesn't look particularly bearish just yet. It's starting to. It's starting to fade a little bit. Can I get a put there? Okay, so if I get a put at 95. Hmm. So what's my position here? I'm gonna fuck with this. Hold on. Hey, did anybody get to play Docu today? It's up 2%. Oh, nice. It went up past 53, so I mean PT's like 56. Opening high, like gapping up into opens, just confirmation, right? You might get another entry in like tomorrow or something. I saw that you gave it a month, so I thought it would be prudent to be out within 1 hour. Break 45.95, indicate another test of 45.80. It could, actually. I don't know. I gotta look at positioning. Give me a second. I don't know if 45.80 is a lot weaker now. Breaking below. Well, 45.90 is pretty strong. I mean, they're all still pretty strong, but they are significantly weaker than they were earlier. Yeah, this could bounce again here, maybe. Let's see if it finds support here at 95. I think it can, so I'd be careful with it. Hmm. But what if the momentum's just not bullish? I don't really think about that possibility. That looks kind of good. Fuck that. Yeah, let's see where this bounce carries us. If we start to fail 95, maybe just 90 though. I don't know if we'll go all the way back to 85 on the move. Do we have even? Nope. I have a 9610, 72, and 572. So if I buy a put. Ooh. Interesting. WeBull frozen? No, it's not. I just bought a bunch of GME weeklies. Am I doing this right? Uh, maybe not. I thought about it too, but not just yet, I don't think. Do you see Tesla breaking and staying below 260 anytime soon? It looks weak, but it could just chop here for a while too. Didn't I already go over Tesla earlier today? And under 266, you can tentatively enter a short, but you need to confirm a breakdown at 61 and then 53. So it's not the easiest to follow, but I mean it is starting to break down. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. We still short Nvidia? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? It's in a pretty manageable spot, and most of my puts are for like September and Jan. They just roll over call spread and call profits into more puts. How much is your position down? I think it's up today. Yeah. It's out of the money, but positionally it's up. Thoughts on Microsoft? I was thinking it jumped pretty big, but could possibly see downside soon. You mean continued downside? I'd wait. There's gonna be profit taking. Thanks. I have most of my short in September, but also some August monthly positions I'm trying to think through. Okay, no worries. I mean, it's at a tricky level, but you know, look to like 56 and 50, well, 61 and 66 are your two important levels right now. I don't think it looks like it's gonna move back up and retest 275 quickly, but yeah, watch the 266.50 level because that's important. Series tiny little green candle equal MOASS? No. Hmm. FYI, there's a Fed Reserve open board meeting, and JPow's Sweet Lips opened 6 minutes ago. Wait, what? What did he say? Fuck your calls, apparently. That sounds about right. What the fuck do I have a 480 put? Oh. Hmm. Did they just get support here again? This is gonna dump fucking hard, isn't it? 1 second. BOJ YCC doing a thing. Breaking BOJ to discuss YCC tweak to allow rates over 0.5%. That's kind of a huge deal. Huh. This higher, I think. 90, 55. Under 10. Okay. Let's see how much this bounces back. That was a quick drop. I don't think people are going to give up their positions so easily. Hmm. If I buy this here, if I buy 90, 55, if I open that for 331, Okay. I stay profitable for today to the upside, and then I'm decently downside exposed. Okay. Maybe I do that. Fucking don't like carrying that overnight, but I guess we'll see how cheap it gets. Hold on, I'm just trying to plan this out a little bit. Yeah, oil futures hit. Jesus. Quick, too. 80, 50. If Dow finishes up today, it's its longest run since 1897. Damn. If only its components were performing so well. Imagine having a position where you can't let SPX go down or VIX go up. I mean, I think they might be already getting ready to beat Todd. Yields are mooning. Ooh. Okay. Right? I don't care what this costs. Do I get the 95? I just go $4 more, right? Doesn't even fucking matter at that point. Oh, no, I can't. 45. It's $1 more for $5 more. Hmm. Fuck me. Curious. VIX is moving up really hard. Hmm. Oh, that's bad. Sorry, 1 second. Hmm. Alright, well. Nothing I can do about that. Let's take positions over here, though. This is dumping hard as fuck. Just FYI. It's pretty spicy. We've just plowed through most of the open call interest. Very quickly. Support at 45.70? Maybe? Puts are picking up quite a bit. Oh, I already have... Okay, I have a downside position. It's just shitty. That's not that shitty. Just got a lot better. Upstart finally in correction mode. Yeah, so market sell-off's not good for Upstart. But no, I mean, you still have a lot of levels to confirm on Upstart before you can confirm it's breaking down. Under 50 is very important, but right now, I mean, you're looking at 60 and 55. No way bulls give up this easy, right? Um, well, probably not, but this can keep going. It's pretty bearish. Huh. You know who doesn't like market stress? Siri. It's a little less dangerous for them under 5. I don't know if the pumpers can save this from that BOJ news. It's kind of a big deal. What's driving it? Options or futures? Futures. Yeah, futures volume is very high. These are big sell-offs. Hmm. It could spike the yen. It looks like they're moving up their 10-year yield cap to a 0.5 threshold, which it could potentially exceed given that the current threshold is 0.25. Spreads are magical. I sold a 65, 67 upstart bear call spreads for net credit, then closed them for net profit. Went on two fronts. Thanks, Gierk. Congratulations, man. That's awesome, dude. Did you see upstart breaking down further from here? It looks like it may want to begin slipping some. I mean, if the indexes keep breaking down. You're asking the same question twice. There. Croc Skulls are the only hedge against the market now. Why sell off? Currency fears? Oh fuck, Forex people are gonna be losing their shit right now. USD JPY is gonna tank. I don't know if they've. I'm trying to figure out if they've implemented it yet. They said no policy changes this week. It looks like Airbnb's brief breakout is quickly ending. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so this is what's going on, if anyone's curious. USD JPY massive carry trade getting unwound. Yeah. Bank of Japan squeezing the shorts. The chart looks sound and resilient. Is that the picture of a black swan? We'll see. I don't think they've implemented the change yet, so a lot of this is just fear. Yeah, Dixie's dropping on that news too. Not as much because it's weighted against other currencies, but Bank of Japan, manufacturer of summer shorts, they go to the beach now. My God, did we need some fear? It's not a bad one. What's the news? Bank of Japan's considering raising their yield curve control policy to 0.5. I feel the AUD JPY chart in my bones. 2007 was my carry trade pain train. Yeah, that's fucking rough. It's like all of a sudden a lot of people want some tail risk protection, right? That's why the VIX is gapping up. Wasn't this the Japan yen play you've been in since last year? Yeah. Long yen, short Nikkei. Let's fucking go. Well, they're allowing rates on their 10-year bonds to increase 100%, right? Which means currency valuation's gonna go up. A currency which has been massively shorted for quite some time. Historically, it's a huge change for the Bank of Japan in a break of 30 years of quantitative easing. Too late to get in on this bearishness? Not necessarily. What do with spy puts? See what happens. Did Japan see Oppenheimer and decide to make it this change? It's a good question. Bro, I just dumped spy puts yesterday, end of day for calls. Did you make money on the calls? There's another YouTube guy that I watch that's been in the same play. He's probably happy as well. Well, we'll see where it goes. I'm sure that they'll attempt to moderate, right? Like any yield spikes above 0.5. Still huge. No, because I bought him this morning after the first dump, like a winner. But you said last night. You said you sold your puts last night for calls today. Oh, okay. I guess I get it. Well, that sucks, I guess. Are we gap filling fully? Or are we in a new trading range? Not until we're under 45.70. It's tomorrow's Series T5. I bought SPX 457p at open today for 5 cents. I just stopped out at 46. Nice. The amount of wealth that move in futures wiped out was crazy, especially if it keeps going. A lot of those calls weren't able to stop out in time. There wasn't a lot of liquidity available on that drop. If we get another round of sell-offs here, it's like a couple $1 billion in calls that are going to get wiped the fuck out. Good. Fuck those calls. All right, I'm on lunch break. Let's drill, baby. How you feeling about AMD and Sube these days? I've been thinking about wheeling it now that GME never moves, and I don't like the strikes needed to make money on GME CSPs. I would say AMD's probably a little overvalued right now. I sold at like 113. So I'm out of AMD currently, but it's not a terrible wheel target. It's just I don't think it's going to sustain the current prices for a long period of time. So I'd be cautious selling CSPs on it. You know, I love this guy. The the Bank of Japan just possibly triggered a short squeeze on the yen. And he's like, "Hey man, I want to sell some CSPs. What's going on?" Hey Gurk, thanks to the Airbnb play. I don't know if you're watching it, but it's going well. I'm aware. Is this the part of the market cycle where everyone is at peak complacency? It's a new normal, right? Where's Dork? Dork could be shitting his britches right now. Did that decision affect their Japanese margin assets? Yeah. That idea was formed before this happened? Alright, fair enough. Do we break below the orange box? Find out. We've got the momentum, that's for sure. Why did RC move SLD? God, this looks bearish as fuck. Alright. Yeah, I guess we'll just see what happens. I just got back from a meeting. Why Big Red? Japan announced that they intend to moderate their yield curve control policy to 0.5% on their 10-year bond, which is a 100% increase. And probably the first true act of quantitative tightening in Japan's recent economic history. Yen is massively overshort. So yen USD is gonna, which it's doing right now, in a pretty substantial way. Oh, it's going for some more. Holy fuck, that's nuts. I guess we'll see what happens. It's gonna spike VIX. It's already starting to spike VIX a bit. That means Dixie does what? Drop, but slower. Dixie's averaged against like the Swiss franc, the euro, the pounds, right? The yen's part of that, but it's USD JPY is gonna drop. Hey Greg, what happens when one of the largest backers of margin that inherently has currency risk does this? All while Basel is tightening banks. What happened, Gork? Puts or calls? You already know the answer, Poopy Pants. I did some dumb this morning, then revenge traded and made it worse. This dump just got me back in the green. Another lesson learned. One at a time. Rip Todd. Todd might get fucked here. I'm just used to being beaten into a pulp by bulls, and that's why I feel that a bounce is coming. It's not unreasonable. I mean, they haven't, as far as I know, they haven't enacted the policy yet, right? This is the reaction to the news of the policy being enacted. Nesquick, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I appreciate the support, dude. You should, I think you'll automatically be added back in. Yuan and Euro have higher weight to dollar and Dixie. Yeah, they do. Why is Japan news hitting us at like midnight their time? They said they weren't making any policy changes this week. Maybe the guy was right. They saw Oppenheimer and got pissed. Callhead stock gapped over. Fuck my life. Brief recap, please. Bank of Japan made an announcement to their yield curve control policy. A change to their yield curve control policy. Watch them retract the statement. I doubt it. Wait, is the stream card the catalyst? It might be. As far as I can tell, the news is just about discussing a tweak, not even a decision on anything yet. Yep. What is Japan? It's a country. Was this a reversal point or a small pullback before more downs? Both? We'll see how it shakes out. Why does Japan matter, but Canada doesn't? Japan's like the world's like third largest economy. Is FXY good exposure to yen? It's okay. Also, we get all of our waifu pillows from Japan. Do you think Upstart will go back to the 20-ish range? I think it could, yeah. I feel its correction could be violent due to its run-up. Possibly. Obviously, continued rate hikes are not good for them. Gherk, oil at 80 is a big deal, right? Yeah. It becomes additive to inflation. Actually, I think WTI at 82 is the end of disinflation. September inflation print is going to be up. August, probably not. August durables might be. Did you see durables today? Dude, I've been here for so long. I finally hedge and long dated options for profit. You opened my eyes to investing strategies instead of incremental 401k. Losses are now under my gains. Port finally green. Thanks, dude. Congratulations, Smells Like Updog. I'm glad to hear it, man. I know this is selfish, but I wish you would eat snacks all day long. Hmm. I know health wise it wouldn't be good for you. This is just pirate's booty. God, I want this to keep failing so bad. Why is nothing moving at all? Repositioning? Hmm. What's going on with VVIX? Oh, come on. Hmm. Well, that's a big fucking spike in correlation. This is so bearish. I know. Just for you, trash. Where's Dork? I don't know. Probably doing tech support. Did Bulls get a bit greedy trying to pump the SPX to all-time highs? Maybe. That one was a little quiet. Could you do it again? I'm almost there. You're gonna have to finish later. We've got things going on. When VIX Siri correlation? I think more above $5 than at the current price. Okay, fine. One more trash. What the fuck was that? I heard you say yesterday your account wasn't at 25K for certain kinds of trades yet. Have you been doing a grow a small account thing? Yeah, little by little. I go to nap with the kiddos. Can you send for me at 4:45:50? FYI, the last time I napped with them was the Rev delisting. Well, I don't want SPX to get delisted today. You know you'd be okay with SPX delisting. You'd be a billionaire. No, I'd just lose like 200 grand. Dork's meeting is over in 2 minutes. Green alert. Thanks for letting me know, Gordon. Under the new idea to be proposed, BOJ would maintain a zero point 0.5 cap, but allow the 10-year to rise above that level depending on market developments. I mean, right now their cap's at 2.5 and the rate's 0.44 ish. So it'll move above their cap. It's just they try to maintain the cap. How the fuck is VIX still below 14? VIX is still below 14 for now. 4570 is strong and resilient. Yes, it is. Gorik, is this SLD? I know you said it wasn't earlier, but how about now? Don't all your puts get max value on SPX to 0? I'm pretty sure CBOE would like go bankrupt though. And the entire American financial system would collapse. So maybe, but like in a settlement years from now, and like probably just part of it. It'll never happen, right? Like I mean, they would hard stop futures trading and until they stabilize the market and restrict short selling and shit. How strong is this 4570 resistance? Pretty strong, but it's also breaking down. It's also, I'm pretty sure, a key resistance for increased vol, too. 4,500 end of day? Don't tease me. Okay, I can't handle it right now. Would JPOW have to react to the BOJ decision with a rate decision? If import prices start to spiral, yes. Otherwise, inflation's gonna skyrocket. Dollar down, oil up, right? Hell, import oil up, but that's most of our oil. I love Japan. It's a lot of Vega risk to take on. And what it in a globally unstable economy. We'll see how it turns out. Deutsche straight cliff diving? Huh. Dollar down, oil up. That's the way we like to trade. OI update, please. I'm actually more interested in the longer term OI here. Ooh. Yeah, 4,600 is still really high, but like I said, it's lots of sold calls. We are on the we're on the last little ledge of call support here. So they turn this around or Gamma starts flattening out. Fucking VIX has just stopped moving. The initial panic should be cooling off a bit. Look at bonds. I know. They've been rocketing all day, though. Other than incentive bias, why don't question askers grill JPOW on the balance sheet versus the rate hikes? How rate hikes are a garden hose while the balance sheet reduction is the fire hose? They did a while back, but this year they've stopped, largely because of incentive and bias. Deutsche Bank dropping because I gave them a downgrade on Twitter? Can they really turn this piece of shit around? They can try. $45.75 where the gamma goes dry. It starts to slip. 45.75 and 70 are like the last like big line of support for the call side. Do you think they'll succeed? I don't know. We'll find out. Oil fucking dropped really hard. It lost like 100 BPS pretty quick, so. Where do you think Fubo's going? No, no, probably back down to like 230. It just bounced because everyone pulled back their covered calls. Once they went out of the money. Oh, I want a cannoli. Fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna order lunch. Ooh. So many options. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. Well, we lost the 4570 level. Should I get a salad? Hmm. What? Hold on. They took cannolis off their menu. Ooh. Okay, do they or do they not have cannoli? Why is it on that menu but not this one? What the fuck? This seems pretty bearish. The lack of cannolis, I know. I don't even fucking know what to do with this information. This is very frustrating. Son of a bitch. Everybody relax. What's this fucking place? The bakery? Hmm. It's way too far away. You're welcome, guys. I sold my VIX calls about 10 minutes before it ripped. Your sacrifice is noted. Win Bear Song. I'm not playing any fucking. I'm not trying to turn this shit around right now. Fuck. Is there any support left? This is getting. This is getting very, very intense very quickly. Gamma squeeze. Let's go. Fuck, are we gonna hit like 45.25 today? Lower? The puts have gotten real big at 45.50 and 60. Ooh, shit. If I called the reason for the market crash a year ago, I would be so full of myself. Holy fuck this meeting, but god damn it, Todd is about to get the beating of a lifetime. Jesus fuck re. Agreed. You won't be full of cannolis. Go fuck yourself, man, alright? That's not cool. I can order a cannoli from this place, but it's just like not. It's not like a good cannoli, you know? And I know it's not going to be a good cannoli. Wait, hold up. I have an idea. What was I thinking? I can just order from two separate places. This is perfect. Did we find any support yet? Like a little bit. For a second, he thought he was one of us, and then he remembered he's not poor. Yeah. I got scared there for a second, though.
Fucking Christ, man. Ew, they have Papa John's in New York City? What the fuck? How does that even stay in business? Wait, what's happening? Okay. More downs? Hold on, I'll check stuff. Give me a second. I know I've been okay. The 5 and 15 minutes still look pretty bearish. The 1 day not so much yet, but starting to. Wow. No forward return on calls for the last like 7 days now. Yeah, so we might find a little stability here briefly, although it does look like the trend is turning down. What's this story? Oh, book map on Futes. Yeah, I mean I have something similar. Yeah, there's very little support on futures. Someone's about to get fucked. This is bad. Oh, oil's moving back up. All right, let me look at options positioning levels and see what's changed. Okay, so shitload of put gamma, 4550. 4560 has got a put wall. That looks like it just got erected. Downside put volumes picked up all the way down to like 4485, which is a big fucking move still. That would be like another 100 basis points from here. Longer time frames calls it like fucking 80, 75, and 70 don't seem to be giving up just yet. But the gamma flip point has moved up to 45, 42, 50. So fast gamma's gotten very close to the current price. So we'll see what happens at this point, I guess. They'll probably try to swing it back up to 45.70. But I don't know if they'll be able to get a foothold on the puts. So they're working against the market maker and against the put buyers right now. Is that someone Todd? It could be Todd. Okay, that's not. I don't. Can I just place a totally separate order now? Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Did it. Cannoli's on the way. VIX still below 14. Yes, it is.
1897 Dow Jones record wearing a yellow suit and rubbing its hands behind a tree. I was working out. What happened with BOJ? They raised their yield curve control guidance. As proud of a cannoli order as a trade, it's harder to get a good cannoli than it is to make money in the stock market. Yield curve control, same like aliens exist. Similar. Sorry for putting the lines there, guys. How do you inverse a cannoli order? Good fucking luck. You're gonna have to stand outside my apartment building and try to take down my DoorDash driver. Gherkin, take a look at HYG. I know. What happened to the market? Nvidia got massacred to less than 3% green move. Oh, JFresh, the Bank of Japan raised their yield curve control policy. Black Swan. 1 hour meeting now, 25 minutes over the ending time. Let's fucking go. It's okay, Dork. By the time you get back, your put might have printed. Is that really a Black Swan event? Changing 30 years of economic policy? No. More gray, really. It's like a gray swan. God, imagine all the... Oh, I am so delighted right now. I need people to talk to who know what the fuck is going on. JFresh, listen to me. Think about this. They took all their margin to Japan to avoid the interest rate. And now they just fucked all their treasuries. Duration risk everywhere you go. God, Buffett's gonna make so much money. Remember when you were like, Poopy, those theories on BOJ are crazy. They were what do you, my theories on the BOJ? I didn't tell you they were crazy. I agreed with you. I said when you said VIX backwardation that you were being crazy, and you were. Enough time has passed that it's normalized. Remember when people this morning asked me if I was worried my long-term bear thesis was wrong, and I said no? I remember. I just ignore those people. They listen to too much CNBC. They're like, I don't know, man. Tom Lee's been... Fuck Tom Lee. I DM'd you his entire theory? No, you didn't. Where? What theory? Dude, I wrote like DD on this like a fucking year ago. Year and a half ago? I bought 3 4570 0 DTE for 63 cents a contract earlier today. No stops. Fucking A. That was just hyperbolic. Well, I don't know what's happening right now, but Todd's fucked. Who took their holdings to Japan to avoid interest rates? Everyone. Finra said, "You're not using your bad duration risk debt here to pump stocks." And they said, "Fine, we'll go somewhere else." "20% on the port today. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Thanks for reminding me it's easier to leave money on the table than it is to lose everything." Yes, that is accurate. What market forces will influence more downs now? Well, the dollar is going to drop in relation to the yen. Import prices are going to go up. A dropping dollar means, effectively a increase in oil. And we're probably going to see yields skyrocket. Is this going to cause the market to crash? It could cause a very significant correction. Basically, value of the yen goes up, value of the dollar goes down. Creates duration risk in Japanese sovereign debt holders. Um, if the dollar drops, profitability of multinationals declines, import prices go up, import oil more specifically than anything else, but durables as well. It's inflationary broadly. How drastic is the fallout likely to be here? We'll see, but it could be pretty. I mean, depending on how quickly the Bank of Japan moves in to stabilize a policy which they've yet to enact, it could move quickly. The yen is extremely overshorted. The yeah, the carry trade there is enormous, and someone's going to get fucked big. Two questions. One on a scale of walk-in to JFresh. How fucked is Todd? It's not looking good for him. But we'll pour one out later. Who's Todd? Todd's the Citadel gimp that keeps VIX under 14. What are the orange lines on SPX? Support resistance? They were yesterday's like primary call level. So it was support and resistance from yesterday, but they're still valid because there's a lot of interest at like 45.50. The interest at 45.50 has now moved negative, but there's a lot of interest there. So we found support at both levels. This is really like the support from the 55 position, and this is the support at the 50. Why no ups on Siri? I thought they were more linked than that. Give it time, first of all. And also, they got Siri below the $5 calls. So it should be slightly less reactive to increased volatility. Now, if it moves back above those, or below the $5 puts, if it moves back above those $5 puts, it can be more significant. Volmageddon 2.0? We'll see. Please describe the current mood in the office of the pumpers. Are they sweating, crying, or throwing papers in the air yet? I don't know. VIX hasn't broken away from 14 significantly yet, and their implied risk hasn't increased dramatically. Don't forget that they did get VIX down to 13, under 13 yesterday, right? So hopefully they used. Well, I would imagine they hope that they used some of that time to pull back some short puts. I did think they were pulling back some short puts earlier this morning. I don't think they had enough time to pull back all of them. Todd's in a box and does his work on a Kindle Fire. Can you draw the 45-35 so we can watch that die too? Do I not have that marked? Wouldn't we just rather wait till we get down here to this resistance at 44.65? No? I'm just kidding. Actually, 30 is important here. VIX above 15, 16, their risk starts to really explode. VIX calls your Volmageddon play? No, VIX calls are overpriced. I have a bunch of out of the money September puts on SPX for Vega exposure. You think we break fast, Gamma? We're getting close. Don't forget, that's a point at which they can turn this around, possibly. I think it's 45, 47, 50. 42, 40, 45, 42, 50. Gurk, I love you. I'm glad I found this place. Enjoy your cannoli. Thank you so much, Jets fan. Sorry, with VIX going up, wouldn't that cause people to buy U.S. long bonds to hedge the convexity? Maybe, but right now it looks like net selling. Yields are going up hard. You're talking about like a hedge being taken against primary position selling, and that's not gonna slow down the rate, right? Also, no one's gonna want to buy bonds technically until they peak, right? Until they're like the prices, like the yields are higher. So I hope your cannoli's good, and I don't even like cannolis. How do you not like cannoli? It's okay. I got rainbow cookie and sfogliatella also. After woofing some calls this morning, I'm green on the day. Thanks, Japan. Think this kills the docu play? Yeah, it could. I'd set a stop. Any long play, I would set a stop. Where's my food stuff? What's this? No. Delete that. This is very exciting. I avoided shorting the market at the peak today because I was wrong on my last few trades. Fuck my life. I hear you. It's shitty. I understand. There legit is no floor. Not really. 45.25? We could. Potentially. Holy fuck, post-meeting meeting? Let's fucking go. Two cheers for Svogliatelli. I'm on my way over right now. Is something gonna catch the falling knife? I hope not. That'd be stupid. Catching falling knives is dumb, right? From SPY put to Microsoft call back to AB and B puts. Can we get an amen for losing money, but not too much money? Congratulations. The AB and B is up. It's back under 150. I got hit pretty hard with this move. I must be more exposed on NASDAQ now. Did they increase their weighting? Maybe that's why. Has economic gravity found the flying bulls? Maybe. Fighting for fast gamma? Yeah, because price action starts to move faster to the downside below it. Also, they actually have a little bit of vol to sell here, so they could try to stabilize. Are we finally under the sold puts? No. Not losing money is winning. The only reason I don't lose is because I have nothing to play with. Winner, thanks as always, Gherk. I'd be lost without your help, man. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it, dude. Tesla end of week? I don't know. How hard's it getting hit? Ooh. 256 is the next support, and then 250. Fast gamma's at 45, 42, 50. Odds of losing fast gamma? I don't know. We'll see. It's a structurally important support, right? mechanically important. They can short vol there. They can like ramp up the market maker's reversal. Although we would probably want to see more of a fall below it than just 45, 42.10. Straddled 45.90, made about 1K, chased the downside, made another 500. My Siri position is now free. Thanks, Gurk. No problem, man. Congrats. To be fair, I'm not sure if I've seen a more likely time to slip FG than right now. I've been rolling my put position now for months and keeping my port alive with intraday plays. This morning I was so frustrated, and now look at this. The sweet, sweet realization of swing trades is always the best. When is my cannoli is going to be here before my food? Saucy. Can we get anime Gurk stream now? No. Do we expect BTU to go under 20? It could, yeah, and it is exposed. So, unless commodities squeeze or something, it could. Will Japan's decision make top ramen more expensive? Do they manufacture that outside of the U.S.? SCX up 0.1% this week, but it feels like it's down 5. Not yet. How's this bounce look? Mediocre, but we, like I said, we can stabilize here. Let's see if we got more capitulation on the breakdown. Let's see what out of the money call positioning looks like. All right. Okay, so yeah, lots and lots and lots of put positioning coming in. 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. Scaling down to 45, 25, where all the sold puts are. Calls still open at 65, 70, and 80. Although the 4600 strike looks like it's basically completely collapsed. Yeah, 4580 through 4600 is gone. They've all taken the loss. On the longer dated time frames, let's see how that looks. Let's see if those are getting spooked out. There, 70, 75, and 80 are still holding up a bit, but I suspect that 90 and 4600 and up are sold calls. So looks pretty good. We're just floating above the gamma flip point. If we fall below it, I think a test of 4500 is pretty likely, at least on the longer term time frame. That may not happen today, but it could by tomorrow. So we'll see how positioning looks like tonight. Right now, I would say our potential low is like 45.30. And we'll probably get hung up on the gamma flip point here a little bit. Are you weighing your straddle to the put side tonight? I don't know. Both sides of my straddle printed today already, so I'm out of it. Maybe. Yeah, I might. I mean, we haven't fallen far enough that I'm not concerned with the out of the money call positioning yet. It's still there. That's on GME into August 18. Eh, I don't know. It's getting kind of interesting. Maybe August 18. Let's see if it gets actually fucking shorted for a change. Are you buying Carvana calls? No. I have bear spreads out on it, but that's the only position I have. And I think those expire worthless tomorrow. Head and shoulders on Todd forming? No. Are you ready for the V? I sold a 4560C. Why? Why wouldn't you just buy a put? You could have made money instead of just carrying exposure. Do you straddle overnight in this small port? No, I can't really. Not yet. I could, but it's kind of shitty. I did have puts, but the profit takers kicked in too early. I missed like 4K. Hmm. Where the fuck did you have puts? The profit taking kicked in too early. This thing's just like rocketed down for the last like hour. What are you thinking we do tonight? I don't know. I want to see the long-term call interest capitulate. And I want to see VIX above 15. 14's a big deal. Closing above 14's a very big deal, but above 15's a much bigger deal. All in yen? I'm already long yen. If you're getting stopped out, you need to ladder your puts. Or set better stops. I sold my long calls. Be the change. I closed the long side of my straddle this morning. Is BTU a decent buy under 20? I think so. I try to buy below my cost basis, but I very rarely get the opportunity. And that's like 1830. I had a 4600, 4590, 4580, 5 puts each, 0 DT opened at 4603. Sold them all at 4583 at 1114. That's all right. I mean, that wasn't a stupid move, right? You just took profits when they were available. You couldn't have known this was going to happen today. I mean, no problem, Sasa. I'm about to go AFK. Remember me. Okay. I remove stops on my puts. Oh, Jesus. I had 4575P, 0 DTs. It stopped out for 100, 200%. I had profit takers for 0 DT versus stop losses. Profit taken out around 45.55. All right. Well, I mean, when you're that far in the money though, like $15 in the money, you can play with a slightly looser stop to see if you get a continuation. It was great profits. Yeah, that's perfectly exiting that position then is perfectly reasonable. Was there news related to the drop? Yes. What was the news? Bank of Japan raised their yield curve control policy or announced their intention to raise their yield curve control policy to 0.5 from 0.25. Why does that affect US exchanges? Devalues the dollar. It puts duration risk on current holders of Japanese sovereign debt, which is a large amount of US leveraged funds that have fled to Japanese exchanges in order to get a more favorable rate on margin, and increases over time, can increase import prices primarily for oil, which is the one that matters, and durables prices. So it's inflationary broadly. It also reduces profitability of multinational companies over time. And yen can squeeze because it's and there's there are massive carry trades on the yen that are net short, that could get squeezed out. You can buy futures. That's what I have. Long fixie a good idea? Could be, yeah. Fast gamma destruction incoming. It's looking pretty good. When do you think the BOJ will close their sold 4,600 calls? What mean carry trade? A carry trade's where you own a high and low yielding currency and you capture the difference between rates. And the more leveraged they are, the more profitable they are. So you try to capture the spread in interest rates between the two currencies. the pair being carried there would be USD yen, right? Because USD is 5.5. Well, FFR is 5.5. Bank of Japan 0.25. Yeah, and so like the hope there is that like as monetary policy is used to kickstart growth during a recession, that rates drop, right? And they can unwind the short positions before rates increase again. Except rates went up, right? Both on USD and JPY. But rates never go up on JPY. So people felt super overconfident about the trade. Because Japan doesn't raise rates, right? Until now. And 100% increase in their 10-year yield is fun. Fast Gamma looking pretty fucked. Well, we're below it, so it's a start. I'll feel more comfortable when the market's below gamma neutral. I bought a 45.85 put with unsettled cash to be in it on the drop. So I'm in toe ring cash gang. How do you judge buying a call to secure profits? I mean, just when you would sell the put, you would just buy a call instead to secure profits at the strike that you would sell the put at. You can use a debit spread to make the hedge a little cheaper. Because you're probably not going to target, like, if you just straight buy, well, no, you can't because you're a cash account. So yeah, that's pretty much how you would do it. Thinking back to that Euro conference at JPOW, ECB, BOJ guy, etc. about a month ago, you streamed it. The Japan guy looked very nervous and not bullish at all. I mean, I don't think that had anything to do with their plans for monetary policy. I think it had more to do with the fact that the Japanese, like in Japanese culture, it's very, very uncomfortable to talk about money so openly, right? And I mean, this is one of the reasons Bank of Japan's kind of hard to predict. They're not very public with a lot of their, decision making process. And having your economy be in, an undesirable position is doubly so. So I think it's more of like a culturally and induced anxiety thing than anything else. It's extremely rare for Bank of Japan to show up to, like a monetary symposium like that. If we drop $5 more, I don't have to worry about PDT anymore. Fuck yeah, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so goddamn tired of meetings. You seem to have a lot of them today. Do you think Upstart can go much lower? And about what price do you think it can bottom at? It can definitely go lower. But it has not confirmed its breakdown yet. 60 was an important level. 55 and 50 are more important. If it breaks those, there's really no support until you get down to like 45, and then from 45 it really flattens out like all the way down to like 30. And we'll see how long and sustained this drop in indexes is, right? That'll have a big effect because Upstarts really doesn't have any short liquidity unless it gets active fund sellers. So right now it's got active fund sellers. They'll try to take advantage of that window of liquidity, I'd imagine. They've been buying put sweeps on it pretty actively for a couple weeks now. So there are large put positions already in place that could accelerate its downside even more. That once the market maker starts providing the liquidity to the short side, they're not going to care as much, right? Come on, shills, like the stream. If you don't like the stream on a day like today, you're a diamond-handed ape. 44.89.17. I mean, I think if the market were to drop tomorrow to under 44.50, I don't know if that happened. Maybe it would just crash. I think this account would be out from under PDT too. I couldn't buy any more options today because I used my last day trade and it won't let me make another one for some reason. I was gonna buy debit spreads at the top and it wouldn't let me enter them. But I got them on my other account, so I'm alright. Thanks, Bravo. Oh, they wanted to know where GN is? Yeah, 44.89.17. It'll probably move up tonight. Probably, based on where I see all the options interest, probably close to 4,500. Day trades? This might be a toe ring gang day for me. What in the name of God must happen to make the bears dance? We'll see. 4,500? I want the fucking leveraged longs to get squeezed the fuck out, Rims and Tims. I want everything they've bought for the last 3 fucking months to be destroyed. I want to watch them all burn. Then I'll play the bear song. We're talking scorched earth? Yeah. We're bullish on volatility here, people. Hear the lamentation of their women. I need to find that Merrill Lynch guy so I can fuck his fiance when this is over. Wellness check on Todd. Todd's not doing well, J Fresh. The beatings have just begun, but they're only gonna get worse. AMC is down 10% today. Can we maybe get the AMC Christmas song today? It's not Christmas. Also, who the fuck was long AMC? Updated thoughts on Tesla? 256 is the next resistance. Then 250. After 250, there's not a lot. The resistances start to widen out. But still stop and go down to 250. Todd's dead. They got a new guy named Gary. Ew. Stop trying to kill Todd. He's not dead yet. Oh, God. Imagine the amount of margin. Everything's red. Everything's red except tech. Meta somehow still fucking up. Unbelievable. Trying so hard. Happy to use this milestone on Girk's the best kind of day. Thanks, Girk's publicist. Don't forget to set stops on your puts before you're yelling at me tomorrow if it bounces. VIX might. Yeah, I mean, below fast gamma, we're going to start to pick up volatility. Because the MM's going to start hedging Vega. Witness me, the only quant that can't make money. I'm making some money. Congratulations, Jay Fresh. That's fucking awesome, man. It only took 2 years. But we're there. And once you start, there's no stopping you. There's no bounce where we're headed. Oh, yeah, there are. There's a lot of them. VIX Crush tomorrow could be bad for an overnight strangle straddle. Yeah. Although I mean, as VIX approaches 16, your chances of getting like 80 to 100 BPS moves increases, right? Meow. Thank you, Havo Crow. I have $5 AMC puts, and they're down 20%. Todd remains strong and resilient. He's not going to give up yet. Rule of 16. But still, if they can crush it. Yep. It's a consideration. You can buy a little more theta, by the way, to dodge that. I can't wait to witness you give it all back. Me? I'm already stopped out of most of my puts for today. I have some debit spreads that I'm not going to close, but this will just cash settle. Is this the giant fake rip we've been waiting for? Charmadillo. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, out of the money puts. I still think just a battle for fast gamma into the end of the day. Well, the bounce still possible. You're adjusting your overnight straddle ratio. Not much. I'm probably still gonna go like, I'm probably gonna go 1 to 2. I guess I could go. No, yeah, I'm probably gonna go like 1 to 2. Like 30, 20. 20, 40. Maybe I'll do like 30, 20. How can charm affect price action now? Out of the money puts decaying? But, I mean, you have calls pretty close to the money, too. Any thoughts on Intel earnings? No. Do you get all your plays from Wall Street bets? Oh, shit. Hold on, my food's here. I'll be right back. Well, they only sent me mini cannolis, which is disappointing, but I do have one. I have to take a shit for fuck's sake. How many mini cannolis? I don't know, like a half dozen. You think my ES 4640 no contract will print? Yeah, sounds like it will. VIX always gaps all over the place. I just have regular candles turned on. Hmm. There. I can change it. It's not a big deal. Are my 45 minute to expiry 4,500 gonna print? No. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna retract their decision. They have the problem in Japan is they have a really big spread between consumer and producer inflation. And they need to narrow that spread, right? This started occurring last year. And I figured at the time that the only way forward would be to increase rates, which Bank of Japan doesn't do. But their currency would continue to lose value until they did, and it has. And so now they are. Does this affect Japan's US bond holdings? It could, yeah. So, in their attempts to stabilize their rate at 0.5%, they'll need money. In order to get that money, that liquidity, they may end up selling some of their longer term holdings of US debt. Although that becomes a much greater risk when treasury prices rise. The bond price, not the yield. Do you think VIX at 20 is now a possibility? It's possible. Still very far away. Remember that dude that was asking this morning if people really get 10 baggers? I hope he got one today. How are Meta and Nvidia still levitating? I'd almost say flight to safety, but we know that's not true. Meta did do an earning. Are you straddling tonight, or does price action change anything? I am. And no, nothing changes on that front until I see capitulation of the long call position, which has yet to happen. I will be straddling, but probably like 2 to 1, or 1 to 2, or 2 to 3. I haven't decided yet. Flight to the illusion of safety? Yeah. Welcome, Dork. Are you up to date on what's been happening? Bank of Japan announced today that they might reverse 30 years of economic policy and raise the 10-year yield on their bond to 0.5. You sold GMECCs today? A few. How are they looking? Meh, alright. SLD back on the menu. Todd's been getting savagely beat for hours now. I don't think the beatings are working. Yes or no? ES will close below 45.70 today. Man, I'm not picking your fucking yes-no bets for you. You pick your own yes-no bet. You can thank my manager for dragging me into a post-meeting meeting after the meeting that ran late for the dump. I'm pretty sure BOJ was waiting for this day for that particular reason. Breaking: millionaire crypto influencer found dismembered in suitcase. That's why I don't travel. How was the cannoli? It was pretty fucking good. Looks like the long end of the curve hated the BOJ news. Oh, yeah. Finally, I've been threatening people for years that they're going to wind up in suitcases, and it's come back around to relevancy. Cannoli better chilled or room temperature? Hmm. They're better fresh. Cannoli gets soggy in the fridge if you leave them for too long. The the filling should be chilled. How do you store leftover cannoli? Why do you have leftover cannoli? You get them, you eat them all at once. The best cannolis are like when you get it when the shell is just done cooling off, and then they fill it with the filling while it's still, well, the filling should be cold, but the outside is room temperature. There you go. The best cannoli is out of Nona's bare hands. Cannoli are hard to fucking make. I don't think many people's Nonas are making good ones. You can fill my cannoli, you beautiful centaur. Thank you so much. Mascarpone, yeah. Sometimes ricotta, but it should be mascarpone. Lemon zest, sugar. Rolled in pistachios. Enjoy pooping, dork. So we're going to close the week red? Or is SPX going to hold 45.35 tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see how positioning looks tonight. We very well could. One to two mean put favored? Yeah. Usually, so I guess this is a fun little lesson. And everyone does it differently anyway, so you'll never really nail it, but generally when speaking about options, you put the sold position first in a spread. And when you're referring to ratios, you put the long and then the short. Or call put. Sold position first, regardless of debit or credit. Yeah. I mean, that's really easy, right? If the based on the placement. put call ratio is a totally different metric. We're not talking about that. That's like a measurement of OI on the options chain. The problem is nobody actually agrees to those rules. It's okay, Greg. I forgive you. How do you like options dates to be written? Not like that. just like just the month. 3-letter abbreviation for the month. And then the date. So like July 21 or August 18. Explain the significance of fast gamma. It's, well, first of all, I don't like their calculation of it, but it's the forward 32 day to expiry gamma neutral. So our gamma neutral looks at the whole chain. Fast gamma is kind of just the next 32 DTE. But it's relevant because shorter dated contracts have more gamma, right? A place near me does cannoli chips where you dip the chips in the filling. That's a sin. I hope they burn down and don't get insurance money. Same goes for anybody who's ever eaten a cannoli pie. Fuck those people. They're not nachos, and mascarpone filling is not a fucking salsa. Deconstructed cannoli? Yeah. That's what people who can't make the shells properly. They're like, oh, we've got all these broken shells. Let's see if someone will buy them off us. It is like Dunkaroos. It's more of a queso. So the correct way to eat a cannoli is just finger the cream out and don't bite it. You could do that. Can I refer to you as my bro, or do you prefer step bro? Step bro would be better. It's a little less weird. Right. Did you hear about the fires in Southern Europe? No. Sicily? They're surrounded by water. They should be able to handle it. Mark Capone was Al Capone's special brother. What level for VIX does this explode? Over 15? It gets a lot more exciting over 15, yeah. That's correct, Nunchuck. Going long on cannoli due to fires destroying the cannoli crop this year. I'm glad I got some early. What are you doing with those cannolis, step bro? See, still weird. Yeah, I suppose. What about cuz once removed? We need slang for that. What I don't get is how they make the oil from the cannolis. That's canola. Stepka. When you're toe ring and ganging, sometimes market close feels like it's taking forever. I know, it adds so much more excitement to the end of the day. At what point do we get the bear song? I said earlier, when it all burns down. Gherkin, I sold an 816 4570p, bought a 4590p when SPX was at above 4600. I either have to close or wait out the theta for more profits, or is there anything else? That's it. Yeah, you've already capped your profitability on it. Now theta just increases that profitability. Gordon, new resident of Bye-Bye Shantytown. What caused the drop? Bank of Japan announced that they're going to uh, move to increase their yield curve control policy to 0.5. Nobody cares about Canada's trademarks. Wessels pretzels. It's the end of the world, and we know it, and I feel fine. Can we get a musical Louvre to cover this for SPX? No, that sounds awful. I don't like that song. What's weird is I liked it till you quoted it, and then now it's ruined forever. Huh. Is it better to let him 0 DT settle after hours or sell to close before end of day? I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't matter. I was told this is a cooking channel. I'm wondering where I should source my espresso beans once I get a fancy Profitect machine. Ooh. There's a few places. If you DM me, I could let you know. Where in the country do you live? You probably have local roasters. Um, if they're not cunty, you may want to supply them with your business. What effect will Japan YCC have on US tech stocks like Meta and Nvidia? Well, they're multinationals, so a drop in dollar value can degrade their profitability in foreign markets. It also increases the price of imports, which can substantially affect their bottom line. Nvidia, for instance, doesn't make any of the stuff they sell. They're a glorified middleman. So that could be problematic for them. Meta doesn't make anything or provide anything to society at all. So it's possible that they're more insulated. It's your fault. I just opened Schrodinger's box. You did the ruining. Maybe. This is the third time. Well, your name's all gray now. I can't differentiate you from the crowd. This is third time in the row SLD price action happened the following week. This isn't SLD price action. Does this time not count because of the Black Swan event? Yeah, this can trigger SLD though. So remember, as volatility goes up on their sold Vega position, so do their margin requirements. All hail Gherk the soothsayer, who just last night said green sky at night bears delight. It's true. Oh, this is beautiful. When VIX over 15, how long does it have to be sustained there for bad stuff to happen to the market? Close. You made me really want a cannoli, but I can't get one here, so I ate some cottage cheese wrapped in a tortilla. I think I'm gonna throw up. Is this bearish? Extremely. I can tell you how to make cannoli. Hey, Gork, I think this is actually bearish now. No shit. Did someone on chat say SPX close at 45.30? I don't know. I said this was probably our low today, earlier. This is the highest like 0 DTE put interest level. VIX at 15. This is so awesome. Any last 15-minute play? Maybe 0 DTE put capitulation? It might not, though. That one's kind of tough. I should probably close this. Yeah. Got till Monday. Although it's very much in the money currently. Did you see my at everyone video on the Discord? It's what everyone wants to see. I didn't. You're just watching it on your own screen. I'm really glad that you took You took that agency into your own hands. Hold well in the money puts into tomorrow. I mean, it looks like I'm gonna be holding a few. I have a bunch of like 4550, 4500 debit spreads open. So, yeah. Papa Gurk took to heart your not lose money speech. I've been trading slightly down for weeks. Today I finally hit and made 2000. Could have been more, but move stops, took profit, much love. Congratulations, Papa Muff. That's awesome, man. Good job, guys. How's Siri looking? Like dog shit. Have lost over and over the past few months, so I barely have any positions for this, which stinks, but hopefully the pumping can finally stop. I hope so. Have some 4 GTE, 45, 453 spy puts in the money. Hold it for tomorrow or sell it today. Ivy's still at 10.82. Theta will eat up some profits, but what if Ivy gets adjusted for tomorrow? I mean, yeah, there's some risk of Ivy crash probably right now. Hmm. Greedy? Not greedy. Greedy? Hmm. Tough. I don't really have to worry about theta decay there. Hmm. So futures caught a little bounce at 45.54. So still holding strong above 45.50. 6 months starting to go down. Yields are still rocketing. Oil's holding its 130 BPS gain. Gold and silver are down. NASDAQ fared a little bit better today. Russell down really hard. VIX futures up 6%. VIX up 11.31. Nikkei is not even open right now. What do you do when the market decides to bounce right as you enter your straddle? Unless it bounces a ton, I just stay in it. If it bounces really hard, then I'll move it. Might look at unphased. Lots of bearish flow coming in 1 DTE. Remind me tonight after I have today's options data. Girk, I'm somehow down negative $76 from stops when I could have been up 5K on my cash account. I probably shouldn't be doing this. You should probably paper trade some stops and work on managing those better. I'm sorry to hear that. But at least you're not down more. Do you expect a continued Japan YCC effect in U.S. markets tomorrow? Yeah, this is just the announcement of the policy. The policy is not even enacted yet. But I expect it'll have a massive effect on Nikkei overnight in the Asian markets futures trading session. Who just lost a shit ton of leverage from the BOJ decision? Someone. Someone did. 4 minutes to go. Enphase is doing earnings. Lots of IV today. Oh, there you go. That's why. I would stay away from their earnings. Unless you're selling vol or something. Asian markets are going down bad for ABNB? Not why. Is there a potential on BABA before close? I mean, I don't know if it's going to affect China as much as Japan, but potentially. I mean, BABA kind of looks like shit anyway. On the technical side, it double topped off the $98, like the 98.50 resistance. It hasn't quite broken below its next support at 94.84, but it's close, and risk is tight at 95.80. So, I mean, yeah, you could theoretically enter a short because the risk isn't that tight. So, obviously dangerous. Holding BABA overnight always is. Sorry if this was already covered, but how quickly could BOJ enact this proposed policy at their next meeting? Decision is tonight. Where did the on go? Interesting. Huh. And 3,500% is a hilarious thing to experience. Lunch money to paycheck. Nice job, Glitch. God, I love volatility. I love how dangerous it is for them. Next meeting is today and tomorrow. Okay, so it should be enacted pretty soon. Yeah, today was pretty fun. SPF down 130 basis points. Good. If they don't enact it at this meeting, SPX is gonna rocket back up though, huh? No, not necessarily. chances on overnight dumps, or are they going to try to pump it? We'll see. I don't have the data yet. I'll let you guys know in the write-up tonight. Right now, there's not a lot of call interest at the money, so that would have to accumulate. Support would have to come in, but there's definitely significant risk for them below 45.25. I still expect them to try to protect that, although a lot of puts have also come in at this level, so... Check DM. What do you got? Ooh. Fun. Hedgies are fuck. VVIX doing stuff. VIX doing stuff. Yeah, VVIX is doing a lot of stuff. Dork, what's Dork doing? Inappropriate things. Peener. I know you're gonna hate this, but it was expiring in 2 days. I took profits on the 45.50 spread. Before tonight. Congratulations, chasing the wind. What's taking profits? It's that thing you do when you close positions. Ding ding. GG Gork. All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. That was a fun ride from VIX 13 to 14.50 at the end of the day. Obviously, Bank of Japan's decision tonight is very impactful given the initial reaction to it. We'll see what it is. Obviously, if they move forward with a change to their yield curve control policy, we are looking at a fairly significant financial event. Japan has maintained a 0 to 0.25 interest rate for a very, very long time. They don't do quantitative tightening, so it represents a big fundamental shift in their economic their monetary policy going forward. Obviously, this has a sweeping impacts across currencies, equities, bonds, and yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if the decision's made tonight or tomorrow. It's definitely aroused some fear in the market. We slipped the majority of the call interest on the SPX today, and are now, still below fast gamma. I would expect gamma neutral is going to move up tonight. And we're going to see how many of the long call positions that were more entrenched or had more theta dropped off. There's still potential for a bounce here. We're not below delta neutral or anything, but it is pretty bearish, and it could continue to be bearish. Obviously, a close above VIX 15 would have been very nice tonight and impacted their risk a bit more than a close above VIX 14, but I think VIX 14 is still substantial. And we may start to see them trying to get out of that Vega risk tomorrow. So we'll see. Watch futures tonight very closely. Watch the Nikkei especially. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Congratulations on everybody that made good money today. Well done. There'll be more to come. Later, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.